Good morning, everybody. I just want to let you know that it looks like they have taken the day off for court today. We will pick this back.
And then was
Maybe it's not.
no intubation.
Here we go.
But everything else
it was
fair
adjourned.
game. CPR, medications.
Well, here we go.
And that was
Good morning,
based upon
everybody.
the conversation, and that was Mr. Schara's testimony too. Then the next conversation, it was DNR, according to the doctor, but according to Mr. Schara, it was no intubation. He didn't say do not. So at that point in the time, it seems to me that there's no dispute, if you take Mr. Schara's position, that he instructed Dr. Schara no intubation. Period. He never said no meds. And so when they hang up the phone call, even if you believe Mr. Schara's version and not Dr. Schara, or Mr. Schara's and not Dr. Shokar's, Dr. Shokar was authorized to do CPR, but no intubation. Period. And that doesn't get you to consent, or that can't satisfy the no consent to give medications. And so I'm just, I'm not going to get in, but we're going to get the jury done. I just want you guys to, so you can focus on a new issue that's where I'm kind of settled. And all of a sudden you go, well, now this makes sense. This is a case where maybe there is a battery if the facts fit. But if we look at the facts of this case, it seems to me that Mr. Schara consenting to Dr. Shokar to use medications on Grace at all times. That never changed. It might not have been informed consent because he hadn't been informed about all this other stuff. The informed consent will help on the standard of and wrongful death, but the consent is the issue in the medication. So that's in addition to what I said last night. I have a more thoughtful written out answer, but I thought I'd just give you the 3-minute or 5-minute version. Jury done. Okay. Oh, if we could shut the door, Bill. Sorry. I'll wait until Thursday. Okay. Absolutely. I'm fairly certain I may have already seen those. I've suggested to everybody that I've looked at many verdict forms throughout the state of Wisconsin, around the country, on these cases. Yeah, so if either side has other verdict forms that you're familiar with, specifically in Wisconsin, but if you have ones from other countries, get them to me. But I can represent to you that I do. I don't know what every med mal case, but I've looked at a lot, 50 to 100.
Yeah. I have one technical issue. I need the power or the USB cord for the monitor. I will use a cord. I'm not a wireless.
Clerk will get that to you. Handling this witness?
I am, and I'm handling the exhibits myself.
You've had like 4 days to get ready for it.
Yeah, and I've got I just need the cord.
We'll get the cord, make sure you're set as the jury's coming in, and is your witness ready to come in?
believe she's out in the conference room. Linda will.
Okay.
Get her.
All right, you may bring the jury in.
For IT, just so you guys know, I'm asking stuff.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. Just a couple of comments. First of all, we hope you had a good night. We have a day similar to what I told you yesterday, so we're just going to have witnesses throughout the day. We have one witness that's left for the plaintiff, and then the plaintiff will rest. I don't know exactly what time that'll be, but after they rest, we're going to have to take a 15-minute break because there'll be some issues that I need to do. And then we'll start with the defense case, sometime today. I just want you to know I'm grateful for all of you, and I think all of us are. Sometimes we don't say that enough. So I was thinking about you this morning as you're coming in. You all have your own lives, and I appreciate you being here on time every day and paying attention that you're doing. So thanks for your service. Your next witness, Attorney Boyle.
The plaintiff calls Jessica Vanderhyde.
All right, Ms. Vanderhyde, if you could raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
You do solemnly swear, first testimony you shall give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jessica Vanderhyden, Jessica, and the last name is Vander space capital Heiden.
All right, your witness, Attorney Weber.
All right, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Jessica.
Hi,
Your maiden name?
it's Schara.
Jessica Schara.
Yes,
You go by Jess.
I do.
This is your first time in the courtroom as part of the trial?
Was here to listen to opening statements, but I was not here.
And that's because it's the rules that as a fact witness, you can't watch the other testimony of other witnesses until you're called.
That is correct.
You're also not able to watch it on TV or watch news accounts of it. Is that right?
Absolutely nothing.
So later in your testimony, there are going to be things that you hear for the first time, and then I'm going to tell you, but this witness has said this, that witness has said that, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about those things. Those who hear that testimony.
Okay.
You're familiar with the case.
I'm very familiar. I was there with my sister.
You've testified in a deposition already.
Yes, I have.
Where was that?
Here in Appleton. It was at St. Elizabeth's Hospital that I had to testify at.
And Attorney Frankowiak asked you some questions for basically the balance of the day.
Yes, he did.
If I told you your transcript was 291 pages of questions, would you believe me?
Absolutely.
Are you nervous?
Very nervous.
And that's okay to be. We tend to over here not, we get used to it. You've never testified here in a case like this, have you?
I have not. I'm sorry, this microphone isn't working the greatest either.
All right, and so that's also been happening. It's not the microphone, it's sort of the placement of your mouth, the right exact spot in front of the microphone. And
Okay.
so you wouldn't be the first witness that has to get right there in front of it, and it'll happen to me too, okay?
Okay, I will do my best. Maybe just I'll hold it. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
All right, these these things happen. I can tell you myself, the story I always remember is I had a Supreme Court argument one time and I forgot to wear my coat. And my oldest sister called me afterwards and she was like, that was so great. You guys are going to win. She saw on and as an older sister to me, and then she said, Joe, why didn't you have your coat on? I was like, gosh, I didn't have my coat on. That's right. You're not expected to be here like you're presenting the TV news. This is hard stuff. Would it help if we start with a quiz on Wisconsin high school football nicknames?
I would prefer not to do that.
How about a little short clip of you and Grace?
Sure.
Monroe Cheesemakers. That would have been
Yeah, I wouldn't have known that.
She just lifted it a little bit. I'm gonna try it. All right. Okay, right. Oh, wait, she's got the competition now.
You got some power.
Can you tell us who's in that video?
Myself, Grace, of course, her two nephews, my boys, Caleb and Riley, and my husband, Adam. Those are her in the video.
Did you hear some voices in the background?
Yeah, in the video,
Yes.
yes. And my mom's voice was in there. She's the one that videoed it.
Hear your dad?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
All right,
His voice was in there?
he's laughing.
Okay.
Out of place, I guess that's a fair question. Good answer. So, you guys are a happy, joking bunch of people.
Yes, we were. We were a part of each other's lives.
Tell me then about your relationship with Grace in general.
In general,
Well, okay, let me start. Baby.
as a baby, let me just kind of take you guys back to picturing a 12-year-old Jess here. And I just find out that my mom is pregnant. And I might not be that thrilled being 12, and I was the youngest for 12 years. But let me tell you, when Grace, I fell in love with her. It was really love at first sight. Those first thoughts when I was 12 and vanished. I would help give her bath. I would help take care of her. I helped take her to swimming lessons. I'd be in the pool with her. She had done horse therapy, also known as hippotherapy, help with her speech, fine motor skills, eye-hand coordination. I walked beside the horse with her. We did everything together. You got a picture. I was 12, and then I grew up, and she grew up with me, and we were always together. We did stuff together. We were siblings. What else do you expect?
And up here on the screen, Judge, what I have on the screen, the picture there, it's Exhibit 62.
Okay.
That's Grace, a little grown up. How old do you think you are there?
Me or her? Both. So right here, she's 19. This was 3 months prior to her death. This was in July of 2021. Never thought that she wouldn't be in my life again.
Your age gap is 12 years?
That is correct.
What's her age gap with your sons?
It's roughly 10 years.
And as Grace grew older, how did her roles change from you being the one taking her baths and so on?
She ended up helping take care of my boys with my mom. They'd watch my boys weekly for us. And so Grace helped out with that. She was involved with my boys' lives ever since they were little babies. She was holding them when they were born a day old. She's a picture of my son Caleb and her. And she wasn't shy. She knew what she needed to do. She tended to be with these boys like they were her own. So she helped take care of them as they grew up.
How was she involved in their lives?
Involved pretty much with anything. I mean, she helped take care of them, but then she was involved in a lot of activities. So she was in dance, softball, you name it, she was doing it. She was an actress. So my boys, husband and myself, we always would get together and see Grace perform at her plays and be at her softball games. We just were always involved in Grace's life.
So with your boys, would you describe it as a motherly thing or a friendly thing?
I would say it's both, that Grace was, giving them unconditional love like a mother would, and then she also was their best friend.
The age difference, you said, is about 10 years?
Yes, that is.
But you would describe them as best friends. Is there some cognitive aspect to that?
Emotionally, she was probably right at their age level. So they really connected closely at that age.
When did you last see Grace alive?
I last saw her alive on October 13th, 2021,
Where?
in the hospital, in the room.
I'm going to go back to kind of the start of the hospital earlier on before I get to the last day.
Okay.
October 10th, we're aware your dad had to leave the hospital that day.
I was informed that he was kicked out, yes.
And with your dad having been gone and out of the hospital, what did you do?
I went to the hospital to try to get in my Grace.
What happened when you went to the hospital to try to get in with Grace?
I was denied access. They told me that COVID patients were not allowed visitors.
Do you know anything about a lawyer then being involved soon thereafter?
I knew that my parents had to negotiate with the hospital's lawyer to get me inside the hospital with Grace.
When were you finally allowed into the hospital?
I was finally allowed in on October 11th for a small time.
What time on October 11th?
I got into Grace's approximately 2:45 p.m.
When you got into the room at that time, were you aware Grace had a cell phone and iPad with her?
I was aware.
When you got into the room, or did you see it? Was it with Grace?
Her iPad and phone that my dad had was not by Grace. It was charging by the window. There would be no way for her to have access to her devices.
What about the hospital call button, their bed?
The hospital call button was nowhere in sight. On that evening, I ended up finding it because I needed it. It was behind her bed pillow area. I had a hard time finding it.
When you came into the room that first time on October 11th, did she recognize you?
At the beginning, she thought I was a nurse. It's a bittersweet story, actually. She picked up that it was my voice. So she said, "You sound a lot like my big sister." And I said, I am your big sister. She did not believe me. She's like, no, you're not. So
What?
two,
1 second. Why did she think you were a nurse?
I was made to wear personal protective equipment, also known as PPE. So I literally looked like a nurse. I had a gown, a mask, a shield. Even it was me. She literally picked up that it sounded like it was me. So she thought it was me, or she thought I was a nurse because of my voice, and I had to show her a tattoo through the PPE so she would confirm that it is, of course, her sister. And as soon as she found out, she gave me a giant hug, said, "You are my sister."
I'm gonna show you a picture here in a second, but I don't know if I knocked the plug out of my computer, what happened with that, but. I had asked the court's permission to publish to the jury exhibit number 6.
Any objection? Mr. Franco. All right, so that's granted.
You recognize that picture, Jessica?
I do.
Did you take the picture?
I did.
And you took it on your phone and took a screenshot? Is that what this is showing at the top?
Yes, that is showing the time it was taken and the date.
October 12th at 11.
That is correct. 11:05, I think it said.
11:05, I'm an 11:05, okay. So, this was the next day, right?
Yes, this was October 12th.
I want to ask you to tell me, what does Grace have on her right wrist?
That would be her left wrist.
No, her right wrist.
Oh, her right wrist. That would be a blood pressure. I don't know what you call that. The blue thing is what you're talking about?
The blue thing, sure.
The blue thing. Cuff, the blood pressure cuff, I think is the proper name for that.
All right. And how about on her left wrist? You want me to blow it up?
No, I mean, you can if you want, so you can show the jury. So that I would consider a friendship bracelet. And it was made of like a yarn string material.
Is there any words written on that bracelet?
No, there are no words at all.
What color is it?
They're that maroon brownish.
Well, I'm going to ask the court's permission to publish to the jury exhibit 6.
Any objection? Go ahead.
And I'm going to put this picture up, and this is the day before when you first got in, and you had described how when she first saw you, she up with, "This is my sister," right? Can you identify this picture for us?
Yeah, this was on October 11th, shortly after I got there. And she had been awake now and smiling. As she smiled under her BiPAC, it's actually a live picture I took. So if you hold, you can't do it on here, but you hold down the live picture, you can see her smile. It is absolutely precious. She was so happy I was there.
So I do think you have to take a closer glance at it to see that, yeah, that you believe she's smiling.
Oh, I know she was smiling. I know Grace, she was smiling.
Right arm, wrist.
What was that?
What's on her right arm, wrist?
The blood pressure cuff.
So if you were to look at both of these pictures now, with her wrist, in the first picture I showed you, her wrist isn't really totally visible because the blood pressure cuff is there.
Correct.
Now we see the blood pressure cuff is you loosened and moved off.
Correct.
Do you see that?
I do see that.
Does she have a hospital bracelet on whatsoever?
She has absolutely nothing on.
On any day, were you present then, October 11th, 12th, and 13th in the hospital?
I was present October 11th from about 2:45 p.m. to 7 p.m. when I was forced to leave. And then on the October 12th, I was there from 11 a.m. until all the way through the night. And then I left for a short window of time on Wednesday the 13th in the morning. And then I was there up until Grace's death.
So October 11th, what kind of physical contact did you have with Grace?
On the 11th, I was holding her, touching her arms, hands. I'd always hold her as much as I could, let her know I was there. She was very alert on the 11th. We actually watched Despicable Me. She laughed at a part of the dad's butt in the movie. It's quite precious. But I was always touching Grace, holding her, just letting her know that I was there.
Did you bring any type of equipment with you into the hospital that you would place on Grace?
I brought it's called a pulse ox or an oxygen meter, the one that went onto your finger.
And you would put that on her finger yourself?
I would put it on her finger myself.
Which finger? Always the same one, or?
It's any of your three, so the pointer, middle, or your, any of those would be fine to use. So I'm assuming that it was one or the other. It wasn't a set finger I had to use.
And on either hand?
That is correct, either hand.
So you had contact with her fingers and her hand and her arm throughout the time you were there?
Yes.
Did she ever have a hospital bracelet on?
She never had a hospital bracelet on.
Was there a time on the 11th where that alarmed you?
Yeah, on the 11th, she was trying to sleep and she had just carefully, like she was sleeping, so she just knocked her BiPAP hose off, the BiPAP mask, and her eyes lit up. She knew something was wrong and I was right. And I put it on. It seemed to click, but I was very nervous on if I had it on right. So that's where I tried to find the call button to get a nurse in there, and I could not find the call button. It was behind her bed, kind of a pillow behind her pillow. I had a hard time finding it. So I can only imagine Grace in the bed, she's not finding it. And it took the nurse an estimate of 10 minutes to get in that room to even assist. I was holding the hose on that BiPAP mask just in case I didn't have it clipped right. Can you imagine if I wasn't there? What happened when we were not in that room with Grace? But that was what could happen without.
That's October 11th.
Yes, that was October 11th.
You watched Despicable Me movie with her.
I did.
And I'm not going to repeat the joke about, but after watching the movie, did you go to bed and wake up there the next morning?
I could not stay overnight on the 11th
Why not?
because I was told I had to leave at 7 p.m. because visitation hours were over.
October 12th then is the next day.
Yes, that is correct.
If you need to take a moment, that's fine, or if you have.
If I could just
Yeah.
go behind it, thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I should have reset myself. Give me a break. So October 12th, then you're allowed back in again.
I am allowed back in at 11 a.m. on October 12th. 11 a.m. is when visitation hours started.
And that's when you took this picture, assuming after you arrived in the room, October 12th, 11:05.
Yes, that is correct.
What else did you notice about Grace when you returned to the room on the 12th?
Well, when I got there, she was prone, as you could see on the photo that was shown on your belly. And then she also had a bowel movement before I arrived.
What else did you notice about the state of the room?
About the state of the room, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Her cell phone and iPad, once again, were not by her. I actually left her cell phone by her when I left on the 11th, and they were nowhere by her once again when I arrived.
You notice anything related to the bowel movement?
Nurse McGinnis, she had a bowel movement, and she was in a different gown than the day before, and it smelled of poop. And then there were the dirty wipes in the garbage. That's how I knew that she had a bowel movement.
But I'm sorry, you're trying to keep the microphone right there?
Yeah.
It is, but I think it also is muffling a little bit the clarity of your words. So tell me what Nurse McGinnis said about the bowel movement and so on, and what you noticed yourself about it.
So, first off, is this better? I'll kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay, no problem. No apology.
Nurse McGinnis informed me that Grace had a bowel movement before I arrived, and she was in a different gown than she was the day before, and it smelled of poop in the room, and there was the dirty wipes in the garbage. She had was made to poop in the bed. Ultimately, it smelled so bad, and that's why the wipes were in the garbage.
How were her oxygen levels when she was prone like this?
When she was prone on her belly, her oxygen levels were amazing. The night of the 12th to the 13th was the best night ever. She had oxygen numbers high 90s, 98, 99% of the night into the morning.
And you still had this pulse ox with you?
Yes, I did.
You didn't forget to bring it back?
No, I actually left it in the room. I took it with me when I had to leave.
Oh, good idea. I'm thinking of myself.
Yeah, no, I left it.
So then you still had contact with her body on the 12th and the 13th going forward?
Yes, I did.
And you know that because of the pulse ox.
Yeah, I did the pulse ox, and then, like I said, I was always touching Grace. I wanted her to know I was there. I loved her. I always was holding her hand and always both of them. It wasn't just one arm. I always was touching her.
So you just told me that she had her oxygen levels were low and she was smiling and in good spirits, was doing well.
She was.
Was there something, I want to ask you about something that one or more nurses said to you aloud in front of Grace?
So, another question, or
Yep. Nurse McGinnis during the day shift on October 12th, what do you remember her telling you about Grace aloud with Grace listening?
She told me that no one in Grace's condition has made it, meaning that they did not leave.
What did Nurse McGinnis tell you about Grace's chances on a ventilator?
He told me that if Grace was placed on a ventilator, it would be a 1% chance of survival.
The night shift on October 12th, there was a nurse Haynes,
That is correct. He was the night nurse.
Samuel Haynes.
Yes.
What did Nurse Haynes say to you out loud in front of Grace?
He told me that he was only there to comfort Grace, make her comfortable.
He tell you anything about a ventilator?
He did. He told me that if Grace was placed on a ventilator, it would only be to say our goodbyes. It was only to keep her alive, for us to say our goodbyes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court's permission to publish Exhibit 67 to the jury.
The objection? Go ahead.
Jessica, I'm going to show you this document. It's been marked as Exhibit 67. It comes out of the hospital files. It was papers that were produced to us in the case. I don't want to make anybody dizzy, so I'm just going to. You're unmovable. It's dated October 8th and it's signed by 2 doctors. And declares that Grace is incapacitated as of October 8th. Did anybody ever show you this document? Well, the 3 days you were there at the hospital?
No, I have never seen this until up on the screen right now.
The night of October 12th into the morning of the 13th, did you have some video contact with anybody with Grace?
Yes, we FaceTimed both my husband and our parents.
Tell me what you remember about the call with Grace and your sons or nephews.
So we FaceTimed before bed, and I was holding the phone so both of us could be in the video. So my arm's kind of around her. And she sits up in bed, and she waves to the boys, my boys, her nephews, and says, "Hi, boys," as loud as she could, because she knew that the BiPAP was on, and she had to be loud for them to hear her. So she's waving and saying, "Hi, boys," as loud as she could. And as my arm's around her, and this arm is occupied holding the phone, she ends up sneaking a tickle in here. She loved tickling me. I did not like it. I didn't mind it. She was in great spirits and she snuck a tickle in, which was just, it broke my heart when I processed after that would be the last tickle that she'd ever give me. And we would also, my boys and count down on the phone. We'd do 3, 2, 1 before we hung up, because Grace, she never wanted to hang up the phone. It's like, we have to, Grace, we have to. So then we do a countdown of 3, 2, 1, and then we hang up. So we did a final 3, 2, 1.
Who else did you that night?
We FaceTimed mom and dad, our parents, and they told Grace that they loved her. My mom told her that she's beautiful and that they were proud of her. And I love you. Said I love you back to them.
Where'd you sleep that night?
I slept with Grace in the hospital room.
How were oxygen saturations that night?
Amazing. I had her probably, and her oxygen was the high 90s, 98, 99% all throughout the night. And she She was even apologizing to me for tooting. Grace would say, boys fart, girls toot. It's really just a funny thing Grace would say, but she was apologizing to me for tooting. And my head was laying on her bed, close to her butt, so I was really hearing those toots coming.
I want to put up another exhibit. I'm going to ask the court for permission to publish exhibit 66. Go ahead. It's not that. I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. Do you recognize this screenshot? Did you take this picture?
I did.
Picture of?
I was taking the picture of her oxygen, and her oxygen is the blue number up there, which reads 99% oxygen.
The date, stamp, and time at the top of the page is what?
October 13th, and if you zoom in, I believe it's 4th. Yeah. So it's the blue number, 99,
Is her oxygen.
is her oxygen.
That's the hospital's equipment?
That is correct. That's the big hospital monitor in the room.
So whether there's an alarm going off or not, if it goes below a certain level, if you're there in the room bedside, you see the numbers.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were there in the room bedside for nearly 3 straight days. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, nearly. Like I said, the 11th, I wasn't. Yes, I was there for a lot of time, all day, pretty much on the 12th, and all day pretty much on the 13th.
Watching her numbers very closely.
Yes, I was.
And there's all sorts of numbers all around the room. If you're in the room watching, do you need an alarm to tell you what the numbers are?
No, I also asked what everything meant, so I had an understanding of what I needed to watch and what I needed to look for.
Let me ask you some questions about what, if anything, you were told while you were in the hospital about medications. Okay.
Okay.
First, I'm going to ask you the medication Precedex. Do you recognize the name?
I recognize the name because one of the machines in a room read Precedex. Other than that, I don't.
What were you told about the risks and benefits of Precedex?
I wasn't told anything.
Lorazepam, what were you told about lorazepam?
I wasn't told anything.
So what were you told about the risks and benefits of lorazepam? Would it be the same answer?
I wasn't told about anything.
Morphine. Let me ask you about morphine. Morphine, as I understand, was administered to Grace on October the 13th. Tell me what you were told or heard about morphine.
I heard Nurse McGinnis and Dr. Shokart discussing morphine usage with Grace, and I questioned what they would be doing that for.
What were you told?
I was told that Grace was breathing too fast. Nurse McGinnis said that your sister is breathing too fast, and Dr. Shokar explained to me that if we can get your sister's breathing to slow down, allowing her to take deeper breaths, that she can allow that oxygen get to her lungs. That was the only thing I was told about morphine.
Did Dr. Shokar ask you for your consent to do that at all?
No, he did not.
All right, well, you remember earlier in your testimony when we first started, we talked about the fact that you have not been here to hear the testimony from any other witness.
Yes,
And so some of these things now, as we move along the day of October 13th, you're going to hear for the first time, okay?
okay,
And so I'm going to tell you, here's what somebody testified to, and ask you about some questions after that, all right?
okay.
Um, Earlier during Dr. Shokar testified to two things that I want to tell you about. One, Dr. Shokar testified that he knew you were listed on the POA. I'm not asking for a comment on this. I'm just telling you this is, Dr. Shokar testified that he knew you were listed on the POA, number one. Number two, Dr. Shokar testified that he administered the morphine to Grace in an emergency. No comment on that. Those two pieces of evidence, you haven't heard that testimony before.
No, I have not.
On October 13th, you were in the room. If your parents couldn't be ready, you were there.
Yes, I was there.
On October 13th, what did Dr. Shokar tell you about the use of morphine being an emergency?
He did not tell me anything.
What did Dr. Shokar tell you about the use of lorazepam being an emergency?
He did not tell me anything.
What was the atmosphere in the room at the time that the morphine was administered?
It didn't seem abnormal to me. It didn't seem like it was an emergency or urgent in any way. Prior to the morphine, the monitors weren't matching. But other than that, I get a sense that there was an emergency going on. I wasn't informed. It seemed fine to me. I thought Grace had a good evening. I just thought the monitors were out of whack.
All right. And we'll get to monitors being out of whack in a little bit, but Dr. Shokar never told you it was an emergency, did he?
No, he did not.
Just hold on. You gave a deposition in this case. Remember we talked about that at the start of your testimony?
Yes,
I mean, this case has been going on for a couple of years.
yes, yes,
You're aware of that?
I am aware.
When did you give your deposition last May?
Yes,
More than a year ago.
considering we are in June.
You know the seasons months better than I do. But okay. Your deposition was 291 pages long of questions from Mr. Frankowiak, right?
Yes,
Mr. Frankowiak asked you any questions about the topic of this emergency?
no, not that I recall.
Not that you recall.
I would not recall being asked about an emergency.
Judge, I want to ask for permission to refresh the witness's recollection.
Okay.
I never said I don't remember anything. I said I don't remember it being an emergency that I was questioned on.
So let's just slow
But
down.
I'm sorry, Judge.
So don't answer anything unless you're asked a question.
Sorry about that.
All right, so you're gonna show her deposition transcript to refresh her recollection.
She says she doesn't remember being told that was an emergency. I want to confirm that with her in her deposition transcript. And I can do it pretty quickly.
Okay.
And so Jessica, I just want to, just the judge just told you, remind you, you're not to answer except who's asking you a question. If Mr. Frankowiak says something, you don't argue back with.
I apologize for that.
It's okay. It's okay. So your deposition transcript actually has a word index at the back of the deposition transcript. And so it's a glossary. They put this in here for us. And we can go to the word emergency in your deposition transcript. The word emergency is in my deposition transcript.
Okay,
All right. And it tells us the page and line where that word appears. Okay.
okay,
And this is telling me at page 81, line 9, line 15 and line 22 appears in your deposition. Also, it appears at line 207, I'm sorry, at page 207, lines 4 and 9. Okay?
Okay.
To go to those pages, and I'll see that, in fact, the word emergency does position. And there was a question being asked by Mr. Frankowiak about being admitted to the hospital through the emergency department. So what I'm going to tell you is that the word emergency came up these number of times in your deposition, but only with reference to the emergency department.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about the use of the word emergency in your deposition?
As you showed me here, yes.
So not only do you not remember this emergency administration of medication for 291 pages of sitting through a deposition a year ago, nobody asked you any questions about the administration of morphine being an emergency, did they?
No, they did not.
Did Nurse McGinnis ever tell you about Grace being in such a condition that it was necessary to administer her drugs under an emergency?
No, she did not.
You were in the room all of this time on that day, right?
On October 13th?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
How many phone calls took place while you were in the room and were disclosed to your parents that the use of this medication was done in an emergency?
None.
So if after going back to the beginning about things you're going to hear today in court for the first time after this case has been going on for 3 years, this is the first time you've ever heard that Dr. Schara says it was an emergency gave it.
That is correct.
Take you back to the morning of October 13th, and you had testified about the oxygen levels being good all through the night and the morning.
I did.
And this one is at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Would that be consistent with how her oxygen levels continued throughout the morning?
Yes.
Not necessarily 99, 8 or 97, but somewhere in the 90s and good.
The morning of the 13th, yes.
At some point in time, were you told that if you were going to take a shower, you had to leave?
Yes.
Where do you live?
I live here in Appleton.
How far from the hospital?
5-10 minutes max.
Took a shower, you came back.
Yeah, I was told that I had to leave to take a shower if I wanted to shower. And I thought I was going to be there for multiple days with Grace. I also thought she was in a safe place. I was told that I had to leave because I wouldn't have my PPE on in the shower, personal protective equipment, and that COVID was in the air was the reason I was told I had to leave. And it was a absolute no.
Are you familiar with the phrase negative pressure room?
No, I am not.
No. Nobody ever told you that Grace's room was a negative pressure room?
No.
Not as part of this discussion about taking a shower with PPE? No one told you that?
No, I don't know even what that means.
Nobody told you, you don't know what it means. Another thing that you're going to hear now for the first time is that in his testimony at trial,
In whose testimony?
I'm sorry, Dr. Shokar's testimony at trial.
Okay.
Thank you. In Dr. Shokar's testimony at trial, Dr. Shokar said that he was bedside when he took a call, when a call took mom and dad on October 13th at 10:12 a.m. Where were you at 10:12 a.m. on October 13th?
I was in the room with Grace.
Was there a call with Dr. Schara bedside with your mom and dad at the time?
No, there was not.
I'm going to tell you another thing that was testified to at trial last week. Okay. Nurse McGinnis testified that Grace was never in restraints, but instead Grace wore mittens. Did Grace ever wear mittens?
No. I don't know what you even mean by mittens. She had restraints on.
Tell me what you overheard Dr. Schara telling Nurse McGinnis about the restraints that were placed on Grace.
So when I came back from showering, I had to re-gown up in the personal protective equipment. And as I overheard Nurse McGinnis and Dr. Schara, and I heard the word restraint, and I heard Dr. Schara say, well, the family's not going to like that. So I said,
I'm sorry, you're muffled a little bit.
sorry, where do you want me to start?
What did you overhear Dr. Schara and Nurse McGinnis talking about restraints? Not mittens, restraints.
I overheard them discussing something in the hallway about restraint. Schara said the family's not going to like that, and I asked, what is the family not going to like? And Nurse McGinnis informed me that they put Grace in restraints because she wanted to get out of the bed to use the bathroom.
I liked wearing mittens a lot, but it doesn't have anything with me to do with me getting out of a bed, does it?
With wearing mittens?
Yeah.
No. Grace never wore.
Let me ask you also about feeding tube process. Okay.
Okay.
But before the feeding tube process started, how did Grace appear to you in terms of her state? Sleep, awake, alert? How did she appear?
So when I came back from showering, she seemed alert. We were actually talking. I was reading her something my boys had written. Anyways, she seemed alert. As the morning went on, she was getting a little bit sleepy. And then when the feeding tube was going on, she was really sleeping, in my opinion. But her state, her condition seemed fine. Her oxygen was still in the 90s.
Okay, and before the feeding tube process started, did another nurse have some things to say to Nurse McGinnis?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So there was an assisting nurse that was going to assist with the feeding tube, and Nurse McGinnis was challenged by this nurse, and she asked, shouldn't we wait for Grace's numbers to go up? I didn't know what that necessarily meant at the time.
What was Nurse McGinnis's response to this challenge by the other nurse?
She insisted they proceed with the feeding tube at that time.
Once this feeding tube process started, then what was Grace's reaction?
Once it started, she was very wiped out. She was pooped out. I thought she was just sleeping.
Was there any communication to you or Grace about how the process would go and what would happen with it?
No, there was not. The only way I even knew that Grace was going to be having a feeding tube was that I learned from my parents that they approved a feeding tube. And I was to try to inform Grace ahead of time of what was going to happen. But that's only because I learned from my parents. No doctor or nurse informed me that a feeding tube was going to be happening.
But your parents did consent to the feeding tube. I'm asking about you there in the room with Grace, walking Grace through the process of what was going to happen to her at the time. What happened?
So I tried informing Grace of what was going to be taking place, and I didn't really have a lot of time to do that. It was being placed. She was really sleeping, and She woke up right away, knew something was going on, and yelled for me. And I was told that I couldn't be right by her holding her hand, so I stayed by her feet. So she yelled, Jess, Jess, and I was able to go by her, and I talked her through it. And she did very well after I communicated to her that this was going to be happening, and mom and dad approved it to get her nutrition to get out of the hospital.
Was there some issue with the bridle?
Yes, there was.
Tell me about that.
It's a painful thing to remember, but a couple hours later, Nurse McGinnis and an assisting nurse came to put something up Grace's nose and one nostril into the other, which is called a bridle, which I didn't know the name of it then. It's to help keep the feeding tube in place, is what I was told. And they were unsuccessful at that. Grace's nostrils were bleeding. It was not a good sight. And it just was a lot of blood everywhere.
What did they end up doing then, since this bridal process was unsuccessful?
They ended up taping the feeding tube to Grace's cheek, which they should have done at the beginning.
After the feeding tube issues, how many hours after that was it before Nurse McGinnis came back into the room?
After the bridal,
Yes.
an estimate, an hour or two.
That after that bridal issue with the bleeding, it was, tell me.
I would estimate an hour or two. Feeding process started soon after that bridal. So then she's actually getting the food pumped into her.
But to check back on Grace after this incident with the bridal and the blood, it was an hour or two before she came back.
I would estimate that, yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you some. I'm going to go to the 12th and the 13th here in terms of some timing. You testified before about you got into the hospital on the 12th at 11 a.m. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct, on the 12th, 11 a.m.
And then from 11 a.m. overnight, you were there the entire time on the 12th.
That is correct.
And on the 13th, from midnight, 12:01 a.m. until you left, died, you were there the entire time on the 13th.
Yes, when I came back from showering, I never left her.
Okay. I want to ask you, how many hours was Nurse McGinnis in the room with Grace on the 12th?
As I process, estimate on the 12th would be 1 to 2 hours.
I'm sorry?
On the 12th, 1 to 2 hours, I would guess, from the time I was there until her shift ended at 7 p.m.
How many hours was Nurse McGinnis in the room on the 13th?
Given the feeding tube and everything that took place, I'd estimate 2 to 3 hours, and that may be high. But that would be an estimate that I would say.
And you're basing that upon the amount of time that Nurse McGinnis was in the room actually to conduct a procedure?
Correct, the feeding tube and the monitors, I'd estimate 2 to 3 hours.
But what about the rest of the time? She was bedside with Grace taking care of her.
No, I was bedside.
Nurse McGinnis was there for 2 or 3 hours the entire day.
Yes, that's what I would estimate.
You may or may not know this, but I'm going to ask you, do you know how many patients Nurse McGinnis had on October 13th?
I do not.
Well, I want to tell you that Nurse McGinnis testified last week that Grace was her only patient.
Well, that's interesting.
Did Grace then later on the 13th begin to show some signs of distress?
Yes,
You were touching Grace. Did you feel her? How did she feel?
she started to feel cold.
What was happening to her numbers?
They were starting to drop. This all happened after the morphine.
Did you ever try to take her pulse yourself? Check it out.
I did.
What happened?
So when the monitors were not matching, they're all fluctuating. Our hospital, or the hospital monitor, the big screen, said 44%.
Oh, okay, just one second. I'm just asking you about taking her
Oh,
pulse.
sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, so when I took it, it read 93% oxygen.
Pulse ox. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to ask the court to publish exhibit 62, 63. I'm sorry. I should use my readers. To publish exhibit 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Tell me what it is.
So I had taken this picture when the monitors were all fluctuating and her oxygen reads 44%. And it is taken at 6:02 p.m. on October 13th.
So 6:02 p.m. on October 13th, it's 44%, right? Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
You took the picture?
I took all of these.
Okay. What time is this picture taken, date and time?
October 13th at 6:02 p.m. I'm reading that right? They
Yes.
were food and then one was 6:01.
One at a time, okay? These pictures, the first picture we just went to and this picture now, are both at timestamp October 13th at 6:02 p.m., right?
Right, if you want to just zoom in.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I had it blown up because of my readers, but you didn't. So this is also taken at 6:02 p.m.
Yes,
This is a 93%.
that reads 93% oxygen.
Now I'm going to go back to this other picture as a reminder. This is same thing, same time, exact same time, right?
Yes, 6:02 p.m.
And it says what?
44% oxygen is the blue number.
44 and 93. These are not even close,
No,
but they're supposed to be the same measurement.
yes,
There was a third.
this one here. Oh, I'll let you ask her.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
You took the picture?
I did.
You know, somewhere in there, it was 6:01 p.m., so 6:02. So these are taken at the same time as you're starting to take pictures. One got stamped 6:01, the other two got stamped 6:02. This is at the same time.
Yes,
This one, what is the oxygen on this one?
this one, it reads 69% oxygen.
One or both or all of these are wrong.
Sustained.
Are all these the same number?
No, they are not.
Are all these taken at the same exact time?
Yes,
Are all these supposed to measure the same exact thing?
yes, within a couple digits.
So the same exact thing, I mean, her pulse ox.
Yes,
These aren't different measurements of different beings. They're measuring the same thing, right?
correct.
Did you point this out to anybody?
Did I point out the numbers?
Yes. Did you point out the fact that the numbers were not making any sense at this point in time?
Nurse McGinnis was in the room, so I didn't have to point anything out. She was there. We ended up trying to take off Grace's fingernail polish even to try to get a more accurate reading.
Was there some point in time that the one of the pulse oxes was moved from her finger to somewhere else?
Yes, it was moved to, and it read in the high 90s, actually hit 100 at times.
When you, at some other point in time later that day, noticed that Grace's skin was cold and her numbers were dropping, what did you ask Nurse McGinnis to do at that time?
I asked her to take a temperature on Grace.
What did Nurse McGinnis tell you in response?
She refused to take the temperature on Grace, and I asked if it was normal with what they did. And she told me it was normal, just cover her with a blanket.
Did Nurse McGinnis come in and cover her with a blanket?
She did not. I covered Grace.
Around this time, there was also somebody who, a staff member from the hospital who came in.
Yes, that is correct.
Who was that?
At the time, I had to take her lady. I later found out the proper name is a phlebotomist. So she came in and tried to do a blood gas on Grace, and she was unsuccessful.
What do you mean she was unsuccessful?
She could not draw blood. She had a hard time even finding a vein poking in. And if I had to, I guess, pick a word, that she seemed nervous to me.
Well, she came in to draw blood and she couldn't draw blood.
Yes, correct. And then while she was in the room, I also asked if Grace felt cold to her, because Grace just still felt cold. And she informed me Grace felt fine.
I want to ask you a follow-up question too about the morphine administration.
Okay.
Was there any discussion with you about having reversal agents available when the morphine was administered?
There was not.
What was mentioned to you about Narcan or any other reversal agent like it?
There was nothing mentioned.
We looked at the numbers being different at the same time on 3 different machines first, right?
Yes.
That was a cause of concern to you.
Yes.
Did you also notice some other things within the room about the machines that were another cause of concern to you?
Machines?
Waveform?
Yeah. When Dr. Shokar and Nurse McGinnis put the reader on the earlobe, Dr. Shokar informed me that he was concerned with Grace's wave patterns with the oxygen, and he said they should be up and down hilly, and Grace's are more like small waves, is what he informed me of.
Later in the evening, as these signs of distress began to accumulate, how did Holly McGinnis respond to you when you continued to raise the issue?
He did not respond at all. My concerns for Grace seemed to go unnoticed.
Did she tell you anything about anything more she could do for Grace?
She told me that they did everything they could for my sister. And this is when all of a sudden I still felt Grace was cold and something just didn't seem right to me. So I checked for a pulse, and there was not a pulse, no, couldn't find one. And I took Grace's eyelid and I lifted it up, and her eyes rolled back in her head, and I went to get help. Nurse McGinnis was sitting outside of Grace's room in her chair and said they did everything they could for my sister. And then that's where I got on a FaceTime call with my parents.
Okay, we'll get to that call in a minute. But before we get to that call, I'm going to go into some of this evidence that has come up at trial that you haven't heard yet because you haven't been at the trial.
Right, okay.
Was Grace wearing a do not resuscitate bracelet at any time?
No, she was not.
Holly McGinnis testified at trial that at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in October of 2021, a person who is labeled do not resuscitate should have been wearing a do not resuscitate bracelet. Oh, that's the first time you've heard that?
Yes, that's the first time I heard that.
You touched your sister's hands and fingers and arms and you were there in the hospital. Did she ever have a do not resuscitate bracelet on?
No, she did not.
Do not resuscitate bracelet, Holly McGinnis testified, would have been purple. Do you know what the color purple is?
Yes, I do.
What color are the Minnesota Vikings?
Purple.
You know the guy over here right next to me? You recognize this guy?
Yeah.
Do you know for about the past 3 years, he's been trying to find out about do not resuscitate bracelet. Are you aware about that?
Yes.
Holly McGinnis testified at trial that she may or may not have forgotten to put the do not resuscitate bracelet on your sister. What would you saw a do not resuscitate bracelet on your sister earlier in the day, October 13th?
I would have instantly picked the phone up and questioned my parents if they authorized that.
Would you have to guess what your parents' response would be to that?
No, I would not. But if I saw one, that's what I would do.
And if you called them up on the phone and asked, would you have to guess what they would?
No, I would not.
So you told us that Holly had just told you there's done everything they can for Grace. That telephone call to your parents?
It was a FaceTime call, yes.
Okay, FaceTime call. Let's see. I was just asked to turn my monitor off. Oh, can I just unplug it maybe? Okay, thank you. It's around. And when you placed that call to your parents, do you remember the time?
I initiated the call at 7:18 p.m.
What did they say to you?
They told me to get the nurses in there, get somebody to help.
How quickly did you act?
So quickly, Joe. I was panicking. I was in that hallway in a flash.
How long did it take you to get from the room to the hallway?
Estimate 2-3 seconds. It was a hop, skip, and a jump, and I'm in the hallway.
Oh, what did the hospital staff say to you?
They told me that Grace was DNR, which means do not resuscitate. They told all of us because my parents on FaceTime and me in person, they were saying that she's DNR.
And could they help you?
They claimed they could not. Another nurse another screen that the doctor had labeled her do not resuscitate, and they claimed they could not do anything about it.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make sure that the people in the hallway are actual hospital staff. The person who read off the computer screen to you that Grace was DNR, she had access to the hospital's computer systems, right? One of the same people that told you that Grace is DNR and she can't help you.
Yes.
What was your response?
All of our response was that she's not DNR. Help her, save her. We were pleading, screaming, yelling. You got to picture what was happening. This didn't happen in a couple seconds, a couple minutes. It actually went on for almost 10 full minutes, trying to get someone to help her, save her in that room. They literally stood outside Grace's room stationary. They would not move. There were nurses everywhere. Literally, I'd look out, the nurses' station was in the middle of the hallway. There's two sides of the hallway. There's nurses everywhere. Across the hall, down the hall, left, right, outside Grace's room. There's an armed guard posted at this time now. Nurse McGinnis is nowhere to be found. She vanishes as I'm trying to get help. We all are screaming, pleading, begging for somebody to come in there. And no one would do anything.
About the number of people, was it the shift change time?
It was shift change time, yes.
And so about how many staff would you estimate that you saw there as part of this shift change in the hallway?
I would definitely 30 plus nurses were in that hallway.
You said this went on for how long?
Approximately 10 minutes. We were trying everything to try to get somebody to help.
At some point in time, you're back in the room and somebody called it. Tell me about that.
So I was still kind of in the hallway at the time. And first, can I just back up a second? Is that okay?
You can do whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Well, there's just a couple things that were said, one during us trying to get help. My mom saying, "Are you not helping our little girl because she has Downs?" We're screaming to reverse what they did. You name it, we spit it out. I don't know how to even get that image of what took place without being there. And I just need you guys to really try hard to know what it was like.
Jessica,
Go ahead, Mr. Wayland.
the question I had for you was, at this point in time, somebody call it.
A nurse had said to a nurse named Joe to call it. I didn't know what call it meant at that time, but I now understand it meant to call Grace's death.
And did that happen?
Yes, that happened.
What did you do when Grace died?
I crawled in bed with her, and I laid with her, and I held her. And to top it off, this armed guard that was outside posted watched me through the nurse's window the entire time I laid with Grace, which was at least a solid 20 minutes. What I did is I laid with her, and I just held her. And I asked to leave the BiPAP mask time for a miracle because I wasn't convinced that she was gone yet.
At some point in time, did somebody else from your family make it to the hospital?
Yes, my mom did. Her and our pastor arrived.
Another thing you wouldn't have heard at trial because you weren't here to hear the testimony, your mom testified. And she testified when she arrived at the hospital, my BiPAP mask was still on.
That's the mask I asked to leave on.
And you asked to leave it on. Why?
Because I was hoping that Grace was still alive. I didn't want her to go. I'm sorry, I could just picture us all.
Just one second. You don't have to say a word. Drink of water. You can take a tissue. You can catch your breath. So,
Just some housekeeping, position exhibit. Since it was up on the screen, and then also the video of the arm wrestling.
Judge, as far as the deposition exhibit, I showed that for purposes of refreshing your recollection. I'm not asking it to be received in evidence. I do believe Mr. Francowiak will have transcript admitted when he cross-examines her.
Defense counsel good with that so far? Koyak, you're good without it being marked yet? Okay. And then exhibit 62 through 69 are received.
Yes, please.
Then the video just needs to be marked at the next break.
Okay, so the video would be a demonstrative, but I didn't have it marked. The video, but we'll do it. Yes, sir.
Just remember my rule, anything that goes up on the screen, I want to have marked, so in case anybody ever wants to question what everybody saw. So if it's on a jump drive or a thumb drive, that can be marked.
Okay, I have it and I'll get that to your clerk.
So we'll mark that as one exhibit. Perfect. Okay, so any objection to 78 being received?
No, you're
78 is received as well. All right. Thank you, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. You need one last breath?
I'm good. I can do this.
So, mother arrived into the hospital with you to find you in bed with your sister dead.
Yes.
Grace's BiPAP mask was still on. Somebody have to come in and take it off.
My mom ended up removing it. Nurse Joe actually recommended to remove it, and I didn't want that.
But when your mother removed the mask, what do you remember happened? What did it look like?
There was a lot of blood from the bridal attempt. And once it was removed, Grace's color of her skin changed really fast. It turned yellow.
How many staff members from St. Elizabeth's needed to come in and clean up Grace?
There was 2. They ended up lifting her body into the body bag with the sheet.
Grace's toe, what happened with Grace's body bag?
They put a toe tag on it.
You're still there in the room with her?
Yes,
You and your mom both?
yes, we didn't want to leave her. We stayed with her.
About how many hours were you there in the room while this process went on?
I didn't get home till after midnight, so almost 5 hours.
About 5 hours in the room there?
Yes, roughly. Like I said, I got home after midnight. And I live 5 to 10 minutes away.
There's been some testimony in the case from Nurse McGinnis that when she arrived at work on the morning of the 13th of October, the day your sister died, that she was surprised was still alive. Are you aware of that?
I was aware of that.
You also testified here today on the witness stand that Nurse McGinnis had told you that she had never seen anybody in Grace's condition make it out alive.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, when Grace died and you're there in the room with her for all this time, what did Nurse McGinnis come in and say to you?
Nurse McGinnis didn't say anything. She wasn't there.
In the room, she wasn't there.
She wasn't there at all. When I went to get help, she wasn't even there.
There's been some testimony at trial about when Nurse McGinnis clocked out. Are you aware that it's after your sister died?
No, I'm not aware of when she clocked out.
So, you about Nurse McGinnis wasn't there. She didn't come into the room after Grace died.
No, she did not.
What kind of condolences did she offer you?
None.
How about Dr. Shokar? What did he come in and say to you? What kind of condolences did he offer you?
He didn't come in the room. He wasn't there. He didn't say anything.
Those are all the questions that I have for you right now. Mr.
Right.
Sorry.
So this will be our time to take a morning break. It's been almost an hour and a half. It's a good break in the process. So members of the jury are going to be excused. And I take it this will be your long break. I'm seeing the head shake. So we'll take about 20 minutes or however much time you need. Let us know when you're ready to get back in. Take your notebooks with you and just remind everyone to discuss the case with anyone, including each other. The jurors are excused. Everyone else can be seated. So this is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. We did some of the housekeeping during the break, or during the time Ms. Vanderheiden was just recovering. The depot testimony, I think you're gonna
I believe Mr. Francolia will
resolve
introduce
the market too. Is that right, Mr. Francolia?
Yeah, I guess I don't know that I'm gonna use it or not, but if we need it, I'll have the original marked.
And Mr. Guzzi, we had a sidebar. I think it was quick, but you made a motion for a mistrial. Your motion for a mistrial, you said was that Ms. Vanderheiden had violated a motion. And I think you said, I tried to write it down, actually walked away, that her testimony was cause for a mistrial based upon her indicating, imagine what it'd be like to be a nurse. And during the sidebar, I said, imagine kind of being there, meaning imagine being in Ms. Vanderheiden's shoes. Not that I'm convinced that that's right or wrong either, but so, and that was about it. I told you could bring it up at this next break, so go ahead.
My initial suggestion, Your Honors, might be worthwhile during this break to have, if possible, our court reporter retrieve that testimony.
Okay.
So we're very crystal clear on what it was. I will say if it's couched in either way that you have mentioned, and I don't know what sure I can hear it again. Either version of that is a clear violation of the law. You cannot, as an attorney or as a witness, ask the jury to put themselves in your shoes, whether it's Jessica Berdine standing in that room. You cannot ask the jury to put themselves in your shoes. You can't suggest that the jury should put themselves in Nurse McGinnis' shoes. No question. That is all textbook, golden rule. And based on that, I am moving for a mistrial. Frankly, Judge, this is a pattern, I think, of violations of motions in limine that are coming from the witness stand. And
I don't see that pattern.
that's just my observation. As this particular one, I think this is, if the testimony is as I remember it, I just think that of all the motions in limine, this is probably one of the most critical.
Yeah, I think we will get that out to you, or we'll
If
have
I'm
that.
wrong about it, I'm 57, my memory ain't what it used to be. If I'm wrong about it, deal with that. But
I think at best it could involve a curative instruction, so you can start drafting one, just like I said. So whoever loses on the motion for mistrial, which will be you, it's not going to be granted, regardless of what was said, because it wasn't so serious enough on first glance. And I think what our question was, imagine being there, and so you'll see something similar to that. Meaning, imagine being there, and so try to imagine what's going on in these 9 minutes. I'm not even a real violation, because I think we want the jurors to try to understand what's going on in those 9 minutes. Just like we want the jurors to understand when Dr. Schara was given morphine or not given morphine, and he was testifying. He was allowing the jurors to be in that room with him when he was testifying. And I didn't think that was a violation.
and you absolutely cannot state to a jury.
I think saying it is one thing, then walking them through it. So like Dr. Schara, when he testified the other day, I didn't think he did anything improper by saying, I was in the room, and he's giving them a play-by-play of what was going on. So he was putting the jury right in the room with him and why he was making his decisions. And I think that's what she was trying to do. He slipped because she probably wasn't coached well enough. And that slip is minor in my mind. But if you want a curative instruction, get it drafted. I'll do it right when they come back. And in the meantime, the court reporter will give you the transcript.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, I just want to indicate I'm joint attorney because he's
I figured you. Okay. Anything plaintiff wants to say on? So when I walk back out, Attorney Buzzi, have that ready and probably know it now. Okay, go ahead, Attorney Blighter. Another good point.
And Judge, in terms of the witness not being coached enough, I have to ask her some leading questions.
Yeah.
Generally don't want to do that, and generally preparing a witness, say, I don't know the testimony, I wasn't there. I've got to ask you to tell me. Give her a chance to do that. She said, can I say something else? go ahead, it's your testimony. So there's no part of that I could have coached her to say or not say. And I do believe it's,
And I agree with that. So I wasn't,
yes.
it was more.
I'm doubling up, Don. I agree with you, Judge. And no different than Dr. Shokar being asked the question about, did you fail in your duty when you failed to recognize Jessica as a attorney? And he turned to the jury and looked right at him, because it was a juror question.
Right.
And he said, well, you jury have to remember years ago. I can't remember things right now like it was 4 years ago, but at the time, sure, yeah, at the time she was. But he said the same thing to the jury. You jury, remember this was 4 years ago. This is what I was going through.
I think that's a little different, but again, I think that we have the motion for mistrial is denied. We'll get everybody the transcript. If you want a curative instruction on that, so that I'm going to give it, what it says, but we give it now. And so have something drafted. If you don't have it drafted, we come back out, then we'll just keep pursuing. Anything else from anyone?
No, Judge.
And as time moves on, just like that last one, I'm less inclined to bring it up 2 days from now, because I just think that, so, right now would be the best time if I were in your chair. Okay. All right, good. We'll start back up at, I think 10 o'clock is what the jurors need, so we're adjourned.
Well, that was interesting. We had a motion for mistrial because the witness said something the defense didn't like, and the judge was having absolutely none of it. Very, very interesting in how some of these things play out. So we got a sponsor today with Rumble Premium. This sponsorship is from Rumble, one that is incredibly important to the survival of the company. When Rumble first started in 2013, they built a platform for the small creator. They didn't censor or have biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or censor opinions on COVID, but they did. Facebook admitted they fell to pressure from the Biden and Harris administration. Rumble did not. They held the line. They are attacked daily for giving us a voice to talk to you. They are attacked in corporate media. They are attacked by governments like France and Brazil. They are attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. Corporate America is fighting to remove speech. Rumble is fighting to keep it. Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers. They don't get much of it. Watching our show on Rumble is the most they can ask from you. But if you really believe in this fight and you have the means, one major way you can help Rumble survive is by joining Rumble Premium. Join the community that believes in the First Amendment and believes in our human right to free speech. Rumble is offering $10 off with this promo code STUDIO when you purchase an annual subscription. Go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code STUDIO. Like I said, if you have the means and believe in the cause, now is the time to join Rumble Premium. If you don't have the means, we are just happy you watch us on Rumble. Okay, if you guys haven't joined, followed, subscribed, join Rumble Premium. This is the best way to support the platform. So we've got looks like a 20-minute recess. This just amazes me that the defense has the balls that they've got on them in order to play this. One strategy by a lot of these large companies that are getting sued, whether it's healthcare, insurance, similar type companies, is they know they can outspend the plaintiffs in these cases. So if the judge were to grant a mistrial, the trial would have to start all, which has an extraordinary cost in the legal bills for the plaintiffs, and very often ends up in the complete end of the case because the no longer have the funds to support putting on that particular trial. Now, thankfully, this is also done by Children's Health Defense and by Werner Mendenhall's team. So I think a lot of this is actually being covered by them in this particular case. So at least that's my belief. I'm not 100% sure on that. So I'm pretty sure even if there was a mistrial that this would not end. it would just cost a lot more money and take a lot more time. But judge was not having any of it, so we're kind of all just worked out in the end. So another 15 minutes or so, we'll be back for the rest of the day. Again, so far, another interesting day in the Grace Schara wrongful death trial.
your mother, true?
No.
Okay. He goes, jury in. Welcome back, members of the jury. If you remember when you left, the plaintiff had asking questions of this witness, so we're going to begin the cross-examination, and it'll start with you, Attorney Frankoliak. Vanderheiden, can you hear me okay? Okay. For any reason during my time with you, you have a hard time hearing, or if my microphone goes off, please let me know and we'll try to do something about it, okay? All right. Now, you yes?
Yes.
Okay. Grace was experiencing symptoms of COVID in a phone call from your mother, okay? And you told me no, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to reference, if we could, page 73, line 16. I will read the question that begins there. There's several lines. It says, question, okay, when, if at all, did you first become aware that Grace was? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I will ask you some questions today, and I can guarantee you I'm probably not going to surprise you with any of these questions. Attention, okay?
Okay.
You have not reviewed any of Grace's medical records from the hospital, true?
Objection as to the time. If he's asking about a deposition a year ago compared to now, I just don't know what time frame he's asking her about.
Question didn't have a time frame, so I would imagine at any time.
But his reference was to a prior deposition, so then it is confusing.
Specific, Mr. Foley. You gave your deposition in May of 2020, true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the time of your deposition, you had not reviewed the records, true?
Yes.
I understand, high school graduate, true?
Yes.
Okay. And just for a little background, I believe you had indicated to me that you were homeschooled by your mom from about the third grade on?
Homeschooled by both of my parents.
Okay. Just so I understand, you never attended medical school, for example, true?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. You've never attended medical school, true?
No.
Okay. My statement is true?
Yes.
Okay. We have to be careful. Sometimes the negatives don't transcript, okay? You have never, for example, gone to nursing school.
Yes.
Okay. You have no formal education in any field, true?
Yes.
Okay. You don't hold any certifications or licenses from the state of Wisconsin in any area of nursing or medicine, true?
Yes.
Okay. You would not consider yourself a medical professional, true?
I'm trying to get the mic to work, sorry.
Sure.
Yes,
Okay. As someone who understandably is not a medical professional, you obviously would not be able to be whether a given situation would be a medical emergency, true?
can you please repeat?
Sure. Because you're not a medical professional, I understand that you did not see Grace in person at any time between September 28th and October 6th of 2021, true?
Yes,
I believe you did not see Grace in the hospital until after she was admitted, until about the afternoon of October 11th, according to your testimony, true?
yes,
You learned for the first was experiencing symptoms attributable to COVID on or about October 8th or October 9th, true?
yes,
And I understand that you learned that Grace was experiencing symptoms of COVID in a phone call from your mother, true?
can you please repeat the question?
Yes, you learned that Grace was experiencing symptoms of COVID in a phone call from your mother, true?
No,
Judge, may I approach? Thank you. I will tell you is a sealed transcript, original transcript.
okay, open it now.
Yes, please, please. Kodiak, do we have it marked as?
I'm going to have a clerk mark that cover as exhibit 419.
Okay. Ms. Vanderheiden, do you have the transcript now out of its wrapper?
Yes,
Okay. If we could, I would just like to reference page 73 right now. Let me know when you're.
I am on page 73.
Okay. And just so I understand, the pending question is, you learned that Grace was experiencing symptoms of COVID in a phone call from your mother. And your answer to that was no?
Where are you on this page so I can follow along?
I'm going to reference that. First of all, I want to go, since we've had a little, I just want to make sure you're understanding the question I'm asking right now, okay? The question pending to you is, you learned that Grace was experiencing symptoms of COVID in a phone call from your mother, okay? And you told me no, yes?
Yes,
Okay. I would like to reference, if we could, page 73, line 16. I will read the question that begins there. There's several lines. It says, question, okay, when, if at all, did you first become aware that Grace was experiencing symptoms of a COVID infection? Answer, when did I become that? Question, yes. Answer, I'd have to say October 8th or 9th. Question, okay, and how did you hear? Answer, phone call from my mom. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
Okay. Now, you can, I'm just going to ask you some more questions, but please keep it handy so we can reference it in case we need to. I understand you are aware that Grace had attended a concert along with Dad prior to her hospitalization in 2021?
can you please repeat?
Yes, you're aware that Grace had attended a concert along with her mother and father prior to her hospitalization in October of 2021, true?
I am aware now.
Okay. Now, you did not attend that concert with your parents and Grace, true?
Yes.
You were not aware at that time that there was a variant of the COVID-19 virus that was known as the Delta variant that was going around in September and October of 2021, true?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, you can't say that the illness that your sister was suffering in the hospital in October of 2021 was properly labeled COVID.
I cannot say.
Okay. Now, at some time on October 8th or October 9th, I believe you received a telephone call from to ask him to bring some supplies to the hospital. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You understood that your father was in the hospital at that time with Grace?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that your mother was not in the hospital with Grace because she was experiencing symptoms of COVID herself, true?
Can you please repeat the question?
Understood at that time that your mother was not in the hospital with Grace because she was experiencing symptoms of COVID.
I'm not sure what symptoms she was having at that time.
Okay. You understood she was experiencing some sort of symptoms of an illness at that time, true?
I can't classify it as an illness.
You took them to the hospital to deliver them to your father, but you were not permitted to enter the hospital personally at that time?
Yes.
Okay. St. Elizabeth Hospital was not generally permitting visitors due to the COVID pandemic at that time, true?
I am unaware of what we were doing.
Okay. You dropped the supplies off at the hospital's front entrance and someone there took them from you and delivered them to Grace's room for your true?
Yes, it was the front entrance.
Okay. Want to talk a little bit about October 10th? Could. On October 10th, you received a phone call from your mother asking you to go to St. Elizabeth Hospital if you could get in by Grace, true?
Yes.
It was never explained to you why your father was asked to leave the hospital that morning?
Is my microphone there? We have objection as to the time. It was never explained to you.
Certainly. When you received that phone call, it was never explained to you at that time why your father was asked to leave the hospital, true?
All I know is that he was kicked out.
Okay. You are aware, as you sit here today, that your father was himself hospitalized a COVID infection or COVID symptoms several days later after October 10th, true?
Yes.
You were not able to gain admittance to the hospital on October 10th, I believe you had indicated.
Yes, they would not let me in on October 10th.
October 10th of 2021 was a Sunday, true?
Yes.
You had no knowledge as of October 10th as to who, if anyone, was available on site at the hospital on a Sunday morning to discuss your admission that day, true?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. You had no knowledge as of October 10th as to who, if anyone, was available on site at the hospital on Sunday morning to discuss your potential admission to the hospital that day, true?
Yes.
Okay. You were, as I understand your testimony, able to get to the hospital to be with Grace the following day, which would be Monday, October 11th, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did not stay overnight from October 12th in the hospital, if I recall your testimony correctly, true?
Yes.
And that was because you understood that your father was still working out some details with the hospital so that you could hopefully stay with Grace overnight from that point on, true?
Objection mischaracterizes testimony.
Overruled. Cross-examination, go ahead.
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. You understood that this was because your father was still working out some details as of the evening of October 11th with the hospital so that you could stay overnight with Grace?
At that moment, I wasn't all going on.
Okay. At some point, you came to learn that your father was still working out the details with the hospital on the evening of October 11th so that you could stay with Grace overnight?
Objection as to the time at some point up until now, today, or at some point on that day. The timing is confusing to the witness.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I apologize, but can you please repeat the question?
At some point, you came to learn that as of the evening of October 11, 2021, your father was still working out the details, how you could stay with Grace from that point forward, true?
At some point, I learned.
Okay, 2021,
Yes,
okay. And you were able to stay with Grace that day on October 12th and stayed overnight at the hospital with October 12th to October 13th, true?
yes,
Okay. You were ultimately personally present in Grace's room over a period of those 3 days on October 11th, and then from the morning of October 12th, and then into and through October 13th, true?
I was with.
During those 3 days while you were in Grace's room, you observed doctors, nurses, and other medical personnel moving in and out of the room many times, true?
I don't like the word many. There were some.
Okay. On a fairly regular basis, there were nurses, doctors, and hospital personnel coming in and out of the room.
I don't agree that it is a regular basis that they were coming in.
Okay. If you could reference page 62 of your deposition, please let me know when you're there. Okay.
I am on page 62.
Okay, I want to reference a question starting at line 20 on page 62. That question starts as follows. Okay, well, you met a number of nurses, doctors during the 3 days. I understand you were with hospital room for maybe 3 days. Answer, yes. Question starting at line 25. Okay, and in those 3 days, nurses, doctors, hospital personnel were coming in and out on a fairly regular basis. Answer, yeah. Did I read that?
Yes, you did.
Okay. You can close the transcript. I'll continue asking some questions. Again, please keep it handy. All of the medical who entered Grace's room while you were present were wearing what you referred to as PPE or personal protective.
There was one time when someone did enter the room without anything.
Okay. And that someone was doing something or helping out with something?
They came in for the alarms at that time, but they did not have any PPE on or a mask or anything.
Okay. That one individual you understood was responding to an alarm that was going off when they came into the room.
Well, they came into the room, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have had the PPE on.
Okay. And you agree that PPE in Grace's room was important for the protection of the individuals in that room?
No.
Okay. You were wearing PPE while you were in Grace's room, true?
Yes.
Okay. Then they're going to put the PPE on when you were in Grace's room, true?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the PPE that you were wearing? Like, what did it involve or what did it consist of?
It was a yellow one. Then you had to wear gloves, and the gown kind of had like a hook for your thumb to go in, and the glove would slide over. And a blue mask is what they told me to put on, and a shield. And the first day, I believe it was a hairnet.
Okay. And was that consistent with what, for example, the nurses were wearing when they would come into the room?
Pretty consistent, but the nurses had an N95 mask and some of them had like a paint mask. I don't know what you call those, but some of them were wearing higher end masks than a blue mask that I was told to wear.
Okay. And then while you were in the hospital room, I understood, I believe your testimony was that you were able to sit with Grace and touch her and hold her hand while you were in there?
I was able to.
Okay. You were able to be right by her if you so wished. True?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. You were able, for example, to talk with her, to hold her hand, to watch movies with her, to do basically whatever you wanted to do with her?
Yes.
And while you were present in the hospital with Grace, you did personally observe the nursing staff attempting to feed Grace, true?
A few times.
Okay. The nursing staff attempt to feed Grace, for example, with protein shakes and applesauce, true?
Yes, that was on Monday.
Okay. I understand Grace was on BiPAP the whole time that you were with her in the hospital? True?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we saw some pictures earlier today that were up on the screen. They showed Grace and she was wearing a mask over her face, and that was a BiPAP mask, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she was wearing that the whole time you were with her on the 12th and the 13th?
She was wearing that the times I was there, but on Monday, the nurses would put a different nose cannula on her when trying to feed her.
BiPAP mask basically covers your mouth so you can't eat through that BiPAP mask, true?
Yes.
Okay. On October 11th, whenever you witnessed the nurses trying to feed Grace, the nurses would unstrap the BiPAP mask and use high flow oxygen through nasal cannulas?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you have mentioned that during October 12th and October 13th, Grace's primary nurse during the day was a nurse by the name of Holly McGinnis, true?
12th and the 13th day shifts?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay. You spoke with Holly and she spoke with you while she was caring for your sister, true?
Yes.
Observed Holly attempting to feed Grace on October 12th, true?
Yes.
You observed Holly doing something a little bit different when trying to feed Grace. Instead of high flow oxygen, I understand Holly would hold the mask close to Grace's face while she was feeding Grace a protein shake so that Grace could continue to get supplemental oxygen while continuing to eat. True?
Yes.
Okay. And then when Grace was done trying to eat, the BiPAP mask would be placed back on her. True?
Yes.
Okay. And you had some other conversations with Holly during the time she was caring for your sister too, according to your testimony here today. We can agree on that, true?
Yes.
Okay. For example, on October 12th, Holly explained to you that the oxygen monitors were showing that Grace was taking an abnormally large number of breaths per minute, true?
I don't know if she used the word abnormally, but she did mention about Grace's breath.
Mentioned that she was taking a large number of breaths more than normal, true?
She told me that Grace was breathing 40 a minute, which was like going up a flight of steps, is what I was told.
In fact, Holly explained to you that the number of breaths she was taking was the equivalent of Grace running up 4 flights of stairs, true?
I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
Okay. Now, you had earlier mentioned that nurses, doctors, and other medical personnel were in and out of Grace's room on numerous occasions while you were present. And certainly Holly McGinnis was one of those nurses who was in and out of Grace's room throughout the course of those 2 days during the day shift, true?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to helping Grace eat, she would also provide various nursing cares to Grace throughout the day, true?
You need to clarify, what do you mean by that?
Okay. You in, checking monitors, providing for Grace when she needed something, true?
She would come in at times.
Okay. For example, on the evening of October 12th, I believe you were playing some Christian music for Grace, and Holly helped music through the hospital computer so that you could get some better reception, true?
She allowed me to play it through the hospital computer.
Okay. I understand you were present personally with Grace side on all 3 of the days you've mentioned, October 11th, 12th, and the 13th, true?
It was bedside, yes.
Okay. And pretty much everything you saw in Grace's room while you were there at the bedside, true?
I questioned things, yes.
Okay. You knew to challenge things while you were present in Grace's room, true?
I don't think the word challenge is proper. I questioned things.
You felt comfortable questioning things when you didn't understand what was going on.
Yes, I wanted to have an understanding of things.
And you were never prevented from asking questions of the nursing staff while in Grace's room, true?
Yes.
Did you answer that question? I didn't hear.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. If you want to just repeat the question just to make sure I'm answering the.
Certainly, certainly. You were never prevented from asking any questions of the nursing staff while you were present in Grace's room, true?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did have questions for the nursing staff, they always attempted to answer those questions for you.
I would say that they attempted. I'm not sure if they were the honest truth.
Okay. In fact, Holly McGinnis specifically answered questions that you posed to her, true?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, Holly McGinnis specifically answered questions that you posed to her, true?
She did answer questions, but like I said, I'm not sure if they were truthful.
Because you did not have a medical background, you did ask questions of the nursing staff about machines in Grace's room, true?
Yes.
Okay. And the nurses explained to you what all things in Grace's room were doing, true?
I know the big hospital monitor one, they explained what the numbers were.
Okay. And if you had any questions about any of the machines, they were able to you, and they were willing to explain to you what those machines were, true?
If I asked, yes.
Okay. I believe you testified that one of specific example of a machine that you noticed or that was explained to you was a machine that you noted said Precedex, true?
A question on my Grace was on in the machine read Precedex, and I was.
Okay. And Monday, I believe that was October 11th, true?
Yes, Monday was October 11th.
That was your first day in the hospital with Grace?
Yes.
Okay. And you questioned that machine and the nurses told you, oh, that's the Precedex machine, true?
It read Precedex and they told me it was an anxiety med. Told me it was that the nurse told me that she was on fluids.
Okay. You understood that while you were in the hospital with Grace, that in addition to answering questions, the staff was also in communication remotely with your parents about Grace's condition, true?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. You understood while you were in the hospital with Grace that in addition to answering your questions, the staff was also in communication remotely with your parents about Grace's condition, true?
I was not aware. I assumed that they were.
Okay. And that was in fact because your mother was the power of attorney for Grace, true?
We were the power of attorneys for Grace.
Okay. Have you ever reviewed the language of the power of attorney document that was in place for Grace?
No.
Okay. You understood while present in the hospital that you were serving as your parents while you were in Grace's room, true?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. the information that you gathered and the things that you observed while in Grace's room were to make sure that your parents were aware of what was going on, true?
It was to be aware and then also for my own sake of knowing what was going on.
Okay. And that certainly was a responsibility that you took seriously, true?
Very seriously.
Okay. And you had the ability to stay in contact with your father by telephone or FaceTime at all times if you had any questions or if he had any questions, true?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Your father, for example, instructed you to check Grace's vital signs and numbers independently of the hospital's monitors, true?
He asked me to check oxygen levels.
Okay. And I understand you had a little kind of a store-bought Walgreens pulse oximeter that you used for that purpose, true?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we saw one of those in one of the pictures that we showed. His hand, you took a photograph of the little monitor on one of her fingers. That was the store-bought monitor, true?
Yes, that's the one I brought.
Oh, okay. And that was the one that you had indicated had a number 93 on it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That store-bought monitor wasn't working all day on the 13th, was it?
There was times where it wasn't working, yes.
And you don't know as you sit here today why it wasn't working during those times, true?
I do not know.
Okay. And you're not able to verify the accuracy of any of the numbers you received on a particular instrument, true?
Yes.
Okay. We also saw a number of photographs of hospital monitors that you took. You took those photographs of those hospital monitors with the purpose of showing them to your father in order to keep him apprised of Grace's clinical situation, true?
What do you mean by apprised?
To let him know, to keep him updated as to Grace's clinical situation, true?
I was for my family to be aware, yes.
Okay. And certainly no one prevented you in any way from contacting your parents via phone or FaceTime at any while you were in the hospital with Grace, true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to interactions with Holly on October 12th, you also had some interactions with a night nurse named Samuel Haynes on the evening of the 12th, true?
Yes.
Okay. And Sam Haynes was Grace's primary nurse overnight from October 12th to the 13th, true?
He was the night nurse. I don't know what his title is.
And overnight, Sam did things like swab Grace's mouth and put lip balm on her when he would come in to check on her, true?
He did that one time before bed.
Okay. He even said a prayer with you that evening for Grace, didn't he?
He did.
Okay. You thought Sam was trying to scare you by mentioning that your parents might need to determine soon whether Grace would need to be ventilated?
He told me that my parents needed to make a decision.
Okay. Okay.
He was trying to scare me.
Okay. Nurse Haynes also helped shift Grace onto her stomach or her belly in order to prone her overnight from the 12th to the 13th in order to improve her oxygenation?
Yes, after I asked for help.
Okay. Now, you were familiar with this term proning in October of 2013 and knew that proning is a way to try to increase oxygenation for Grace, true?
Yes.
Throughout the day on October 12th, Grace's position was shifted. You said a good amount throughout the day at your deposition. Would you agree with that?
On October 12th.
Yes.
Can you take me to the page you're referencing so I can see where you're reading from?
Do you not recall testifying to that at your deposition?
I don't know what I exactly said, so I just want to know where you're referencing. And then if you could just repeat the question for me.
Okay. Sir, to page 116 of your transcript. Let me know when you're there, okay?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and just for a little background, I'll start at line 9, and the question there is, and was her position changed periodically? She would be sometimes supine, sometimes prone, sometimes on her side. Answer, supine means on her back. Question, correct. Answer, throughout Tuesday, I recall her being shifted a good amount. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
The nursing staff would shift Grace periodically in her bed throughout the day on the 12th, true?
even from the deposition, just so I know.
I'm not reading from the deposition. I'm just
Okay.
asking a question. You can close the deposition.
Okay, then if you, I thought I had to follow along, so if you could just repeat the question.
Certainly. The nursing staff would shift Grace periodically in her bed throughout the day on the 12th, true?
Yes,
Okay. And Grace was able to maintain a prone position for quite a while throughout the day of October 12th.
she was able to do prone position the entire night into the 13th.
Okay. And your father obviously was not present in the hospital during that time, but because you were, true?
Yes, I was with Grace.
Okay. Now, later on during the afternoon and evening of October 13th, you observed hospital staff attempting to continue to prone Grace, but she could only maintain that prone position for a short period before she would fall back over, true?
Yes,
And that was a different situation that you were observing at that time from previously overnight from the 12th into the morning of the 13th, when Grace was able to maintain a prone position for much of that night, true?
yes,
Now, on the afternoon of October 13th, you had indicated that you were present in the room when Dr. Shokar and Holly McGinnis were at the bedside, and you heard Dr. Shokar give Holly a verbal order to administer a medication called morphine.
I heard them talk. I never heard it being ordered. It was honestly in a doctor language that I picked up on the word morphine.
Okay. And Holly explained to you that Grace was breathing too fast at that time, true?
Yes,
Okay. And Dr. Shokar explained to you that the morphine was intended to help Grace take deeper breaths to get more oxygen into her lungs, true?
can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Dr. Shokar explained to you that the morphine was to help Grace take deeper breaths to get more oxygen into her lungs, true?
That was my understanding.
Okay. You were told at that time that Grace was breathing about 55 times per minute?
Yes,
Okay. And Holly explained to you that a more normal breathing rate would be roughly 15 to 20 breaths per minute, true?
she explained 12th, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought Mr. Frankowiak was talking about the 13th.
Yes, we were talking about the 13th.
So it was on the
I-
12th.
So my mistake.
I'm sorry?
It was, that's why I clarified that it was on the 12th that I was explaining that.
Okay. You were aware that Grace was breathing much harder and faster than was normal, true?
I didn't really have an understanding on things at that point. It's just what I was told.
Okay. You communicated to Nurse Haynes on the evening of October 12th to the 13th that you did not want a ventilator for Grace, true?
You're asking if I told Nurse Haynes that?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. In fact, at the time that Grace was in the hospital in October of 2021, it was your understanding that your parents want Grace to be placed on a ventilator at any point, true?
Yes,
You understood in October of 2021 that your father had done some research on ventilators and had come to the conclusion on his own that in a situation like Grace's, a ventilator should not be used, true?
I don't believe I knew at that time. It's something I found out later after Grace.
Okay, at some point you found that the reason your father did not want Grace to be intubated during the hospitalization was because he had done his own research and determined a ventilator was not proper for her, true?
Yes,
You, about 2 weeks or so after your sister's passing, you wrote I guess, a letter, an account of your time with her in the hospital, true?
yes,
Okay, we talked about that a little bit at your deposition, in fact, true?
yes,
Okay. I'd like to, if I may approach, Your Honor, to hand the witness a document.
Has it been marked as an exhibit?
It has, Your Honor.
Is that?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I would ask for a brief sidebar at this point.
Frankowiak,
I will hand you a copy of document number 4, previously marked as exhibit 427. Please reference that.
Now, you indicate on the first line of this document that this is my sister Grace's story and mine. I wrote our story the week of October 31st, 2021. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
Okay. And October 31st of 2021, I would have been roughly within about 2 weeks of your sister's death.
yes,
Okay. And your recollection of the time at that time would have been fresher in your recollection then than perhaps it would be today?
Yes,
Okay. And I would imagine since you took the time to set forth your recollections, that you attempted to be as truthful and accurate as you could when you were putting this together, true?
you're saying when I wrote this?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay. I just want to go through, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I just want to go through and ask a few questions as we go along. I'll try to bring you to a place where I want to ask you about a question so you can see it, and then we'll have a discussion about it, okay?
okay,
Okay. Now, I want to look at the first sentence of the third paragraph on page 1. It starts with the words Sunday, 10/10/21.
the first sentence?
Yes, it's the word Sunday, okay? That first sentence, Sunday, 10/10/21, or October 10th of 2021, I got a phone call from that my dad got kicked out of Grace's room for supposedly harassing / touching the equipment. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Okay. You were advised at that time on the 10th of the reasons that your dad had been asked or told to leave the hospital was because he was doing something with the equipment. We can agree with that, true?
yes,
Okay. I want to go down a little bit more about 7 lines up from, okay? There's a line that starts, my mom. I'll let you find that, okay?
yep, I'm there.
You're there? Okay. You say there, my mom was Grace's power of attorney and should have been informed of absolutely everything. Did I read that correct?
Yes,
Okay. You understood, obviously, when you wrote this document about 2 weeks after Grace's death, that your mom was the designated power of attorney and was being kept apprised of Grace's condition.
apprised meaning she was being informed?
Was being informed, kept aware that the hospital was communicating with your mom because she was the designated power of attorney, true?
I was not informed of whether she was being informed or not.
And certainly at the time you understood that she was the power of attorney.
Objection mischaracterizes the document does not say, there's a missing word there that he used.
Now we go down about 2 lines there, or 3 lines. You say, since I couldn't get in, do you see that line?
Yes,
Okay. And we're talking about on Sunday, October 10th. You write there that since I couldn't get in, I went home for the day, waiting on him to give me the go-ahead to get into the hospital once he had things lined up with their attorney. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
Okay. You understood on that day, Sunday the 10th, that your dad was working it out with the hospital to make arrangements so that you could get into the base, true?
no.
That was not your understanding?
Remember, I wrote this after my sister's death.
Right.
So some of what's in here, I did not know then.
Okay. And you did not know that your father was working things out with the hospital on that day, but you wrote it in this document 2 weeks after Grace's passing.
I knew something had to be done with her. I did not know much.
Okay. And then we go to the top of page 2, the very first paragraph that starts there about 3 lines down. It says, it wasn't until Monday, 10/11/21 or October 11, 2021, around 2 p.m. that my parents got things squared with their attorney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Okay. And that was around the time when things were squared away that you were able to get in to see Grace that day, the day after your dad left the hospital, true?
yes,
Okay. Now I understand we a little bit about 5 lines, and there's a line there that says, the nurse told me. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, so this is when you're with Grace on the 11th, right? The afternoon of the 11th?
yes,
Okay. You write, the nurse told me I couldn't feed Grace as Grace was too sleepy to eat much and claiming her oxygen levels lower too fast. So they put the stupid nose oxygen on, which Grace didn't like. I was informed they would only be the one due to possible oxygen mask issues. It was applesauce and a nutritious shake they were trying to give her, which she ate some, but the nose pressure was too much for her. Did I read that correctly?
Objection, Judge. This is multiple. There's so many sentences, clauses, words in this. He's just reading this letter. And I think maybe her diary. He's just reading pages out of this, and it's lengthy.
Does it remind me again, I know the sidebar, but I thought we agreed that you weren't just going to read it into the record. So
There's only specific questions that I have rather than questions on the entire document. So I'm trying to take her through to the specific line or two, only when there's context required, would I read more than that?
what?
Right. For the purpose of discussing what her recollections were 2 weeks after in comparison to what they might be today, which is what defined to. These were her words.
Okay, so have you asked her what her recollection was?
Sure.
Before we're reading this to her?
Well, this is actually her writing, so she wrote it down, and I want to make sure this was accurate. I'm not really doing it to refresh her recollection or impeach her at this point. I'm just discussing her words.
With that admission that it's not to refresh her recollection or for impeachment, I object entirely.
Then I agree. So I sustain. I think you can ask her, read through it. Is this accurate? And if she says yes, then we're done, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. The nurses on the 11th were feeding Grace applesauce and a nutritious shake, and she was able to eat some of those things. True?
Yes.
Okay, great. You understood when you entered the hospital that one of the conditions that with you being with the hospital was that you wear PPE. True?
Yes.
Now, you testified that you left the hospital to go home for the night at the end of visiting on Monday, the 11th. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood at that time that you left the hospital or had to leave the hospital because your parents didn't have things quite worked out with the hospital in terms of you being able to stay overnight at that point. And that's true?
I
Mischaracterizes testimony why she got to leave.
Sustained.
Okay. What did you understand at that evening as to you had to go home that day?
No, I understand that the nurses told me that visiting hours had stopped at 7 p.m. So that was my understanding. And I knew that something had to be talked through with the attorneys, but I did not have knowledge on what that was.
Okay. You knew something was being discussed at that point, but you weren't involved in that. True?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the hospital the next day when visiting hours began on the 12th, I believe you said Grace was on her belly. Yeah, true?
Yes.
Okay. Holly was the nurse, and you asked her about everything you saw that previous day when she was there.
When who was there?
When Holly was there on the 12th, you asked her throughout the day about what was going on. True? If you had questions.
What was going on for what day?
On the 12th.
Yeah, I asked questions. Yes.
Okay. You had some questions, for example, for Holly about, what she was doing with the mask when she would try to feed Grace, holding the mask away to try to feed and put the mask back, like we talked about earlier. True?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. One of the talked to her about, or you asked her about, was when Holly was attempting to feed Grace with them holding the little mask away from her mouth while she attempted to feed her and then putting the mask back so she could get her breath. True?
I talked to Holly about the masks.
Okay. Now, when you testified, you stayed overnight from the 12th to the 13th, and you were able to do that, true?
Yes,
Okay. And you chose to stay overnight because your parents had informed you at that point that the doctors were not giving them much hope in the negative view that they were presenting in the long run for COVID patients, true?
I don't think I knew that in that given moment. Remember, I wrote this after.
Okay, okay. At some point, you learned that by the evening of the 12th, strike that. At some point prior to you drafting this document, only 2 weeks after Grace's passing, you learned that by the evening of the 12th, the doctors were not giving your parents much hope for Grace.
Yes,
Okay. You learned that the doctors had told your parents that Grace's lungs were showing more scar tissue and so were not able to keep her lungs oxygenated, true?
yes,
Okay. And you learned that that was something that had been communicated by the doctors to your parents by the evening of the 12th before you stayed overnight with Grace, true?
yes,
Okay. You learned, in fact, that your parents had been told by the doctors that Grace could really go downhill fast if she couldn't keep a good oxygen level, true?
yes,
And that was something you learned, or something that you understood your parents had been told by the doctors by the evening of the 12th. Okay. Was that yes?
yes. Microphone.
No problem, no problem. Now, on the morning 18th, when you returned to the hospital, I believe you said you had gone home to take a shower, true?
Yes,
Okay. The nursing staff or someone from the nursing do that they had increased Grace's anxiety medications, true?
yes. Nurse McGinnis told me that.
Okay, okay. And you had in fact inquired about those anxiety medications that first day you were there, the Monday, the 11th, and that's when you had that conversation or you noticed the Precedex machine, true?
Yes,
Okay. You talked a little bit about the process with we call it the NG tube or the nasogastric tube that was given to Grace on the 13th so that she could get some nutrition. Do you remember testifying about that?
the feeding tube.
Yes, the feeding tube, correct. Okay,
It's a yes.
okay, okay. And I understand the nurses let you hold her hands and let her know that your mom and dad knew this was going on and that the purpose of this process was to get nutrition for her dad and communicate that to Grace, right?
I was.
Okay. You had several telephone calls with your father throughout the day of the 13th, true?
Yes,
And on one of those telephone calls, your dad actually told you, don't trust these doctors. Do you remember him tell you that?
yes,
Okay. I believe you'd also mentioned that there were times when, for example, or strike that, let me rephrase that. You knew that Grace's oxygen was being monitored by a machine,
yes,
and there were actually multiple machines or multiple modes in which that was being done. You recall that?
There were two machines.
Okay. And for example, there, we saw a picture of one of the machine where there was like a little handheld device that you took go to an oxygen level. That was one of the machines that was being used.
To see her oxygen level, yes, but that's
Okay.
not the one I'm referencing.
Okay. And certainly there's the big monitor with the little finger clip that goes over her finger, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you also mentioned that there was another way, like they could clip something on her earlobe, in fact, and that was another way to monitor oxygen.
yes,
Okay. And all of these various methods were being used at various times while you were in the room on the 13th.
those that you specified was just in a small window in the evening of the 13th.
And I think you had mentioned you were helping or trying to work with Holly, I think, to remove some nail polish from Grace's hands or fingers.
Yes,
Okay. And that was sometimes nail polish can affect the readings a little bit. So we're going to remove the nail polish to make sure that they got a better reading. True?
yes,
Okay. Now, there was this discussion that you talked about at the bedside where you heard the word morphine being used, and Holly was there at the bedside, and Dr. Shokar was there at the bedside, right?
yes,
Okay. And at around that time, you also heard them talking and saying that they were going to take her completely off of her anxiety medication at that point. True, didn't you? Okay. And that was the Precedex. You heard them say, we'll take the Precedex off. True?
I don't believe I heard the word Precedex.
Okay. And you questioned them as to whether it was okay to do those things. For example, to give morphine and turn off this anxiety medication, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you were told that it was fine to do that.
yes,
Okay. And you recall that the press machine had a number that said something in the mid-20s when they chose to take her off of it completely?
yes,
Okay. And you recall that being the case, that they shut that machine off. True?
If you back away a little bit, it's
Yes.
gonna be there.
Oh my gosh, okay, so this entire time I'm thinking I have to do this, I just have to
Sure.
do this? Wow, okay. So if you need another answer, if you just repeat the question, I
Sure.
appreciate it.
Okay. And you recall while you were there during this discussion, you saw them shut the machine off.
I did not see them shut the machine off.
Okay.
I just heard that's what they were gonna do and I questioned it.
And that's when they answered what they were doing, right?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Now, you had testified a little bit about some of the events that happened as at the end of Grace's, or at the time of Grace's passing. And one of the things that you recall hearing is your father making a comment through FaceTime, apparently. And that comment is, she is not a DNR in this situation when you gave her something to cause this. You recall your father saying that?
I recall writing,
Okay. And that's something you wrote in your letter that you wrote 2 weeks after Grace's passing. And that was the exact quote that you wrote in quotes was, she is not a DNR in this situation when you are giving her something to cause this. That was something you recall writing?
yes,
Okay, good. Your father understood that she was a DNR, didn't he?
no,
Okay. Also wrote in your letter that describing Grace's passing that Grace was gone within minutes, actually seconds. True?
I'd have to look at what I wrote.
Okay, okay. If you could, you could certainly look at page 8. If you go to page 8 of your exhibit 443, I think it was, or 427, okay?
It's not the, it's what I wrote, right? Is what I'm looking at.
I'm sorry?
It's in what I wrote.
Yes, just go to page 8, okay?
I'm on page 8.
Okay, about halfway down. Okay,
Okay.
all right, and you see the line there, Grace was gone within minutes, actually seconds?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and it says we never even saw her take a final breath. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and that was something that was written in your letter 2 weeks after Grace's passing?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you were at that time, your memory was fair. This was still fairly fresh in your memory, and you wanted to communicate in this letter your recollection at the time because you knew memories could fade.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any, for example, timestamps or anything in terms of when you made any of the calls that you made to your parents on any time on the day of the 13th?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Guzzi.
Thank you, Judge. I remember the microphone this time. Morning. I just have a couple of questions for you. It kind of surrounds Precedex. Okay. So I understand from your testimony that you were operating as the eyes and ears for your parents while you were at Grace's bedside.
Yes.
And I think your testimony was that you saw a bag or a machine that said Precedex on it.
Yes.
And you discussed that with the nurses?
I questioned what Grace was on, and they said an anxiety med and then a fluid.
So after hearing that information, did you call your dad and tell him about it?
I don't believe I did.
Back to you, Attorney Boylan.
Judge, you give me one moment to confer with.
Okay.
All right, Jessica. We talked at the beginning of your direct exam, when you first came up on the witness stand today about being nervous and about it's not being something you've ever done before, right?
Yes.
This exhibit that has been put in front of you, this document. Okay. Your first sentence that Mr. Frankowiak went with you was about my sister Grace's story and mine. It says that, right?
Yes.
At the top of this document, does it say, dear so-and-so? Is it somebody?
No.
At the back of the document, last page, page 9, did you sign it, cordially yours and then sign your name and signature? Did you
No.
put any invitation greeting at the end?
No.
Say your name at the end?
No.
Were you writing a letter to somebody?
No.
I mean, this is like your diary.
I guess you could consider that.
Yeah. Have you ever, in terms of being nervous, have you ever sat in a public courtroom and had your diary read out loud in front of 50 people before?
No.
That's something we have in common. So, we'll get back to some of the questions in here. I'm going to go toward the end. How many pages is this document?
9.
Is it large font or small font?
Pretty small.
Single space?
Yes.
If I told you there's about 50 lines a page, single space, small font, would you agree with me? Look at the document.
Say that again.
If you're looking at the document, I told you there's about 50 lines per page, single space, small font. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
It's very lengthy.
Yes.
And Mr. Frankowiak, of all that you wrote there in essentially your diary, he pulled out a few things that he wanted to come at you about.
Yes.
And he went on to page 8 and he asked you to go to the middle of the page down and asked you about Grace was gone within minutes. Do you see that part?
Trying to find it. You said page
Oh,
8?
sure.
Oh, here, I got it. Yep.
Page 8,
Mhm.
about halfway down of the page, Grace was gone within minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
So halfway down the page, you've got another lines above it, recounting the story. Is that about right?
Yes.
Flip back to page 7. Do you see at the bottom of, near the bottom of page 7, about 7, 8 lines up, it says, I ran to get somebody to help and no one would help.
Yes.
And then you wrote for another 30, 40 lines about what happened before you got to the Grace was gone within minutes, right?
Right.
It didn't take seconds for her to die after this call started. You wrote about it for quite a while.
Yes.
There's other things in here. There's a lot in here that Mr. Frankowiak didn't ask you about, but I don't want to ask you about your diary in here in front of 50 people in court, but I am going to ask you some of these things that were left out. And they were talking about the Precedex, right?
Right.
And that you knew the machine said Precedex.
Right.
Right. Go to page 9, please.
Okay.
So there was sort of this battle in your cross exam that you're not a doctor, you didn't go to medical school, you're not a nursing school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But then, well, hey, somebody told you there's a machine over here and you should know all about it.
Objection. Characterizes the exchange.
Sustained.
On page 9 here, middle of the page, little before the middle of the page, there's a part about I was trusting they'd take care of her and we're doing everything that was needed. Do you see that?
I haven't found it yet. Can you count how many lines down? I'm so sorry.
All right, well, let's look on the left-hand side. There's a line that starts Grace.
Oh, yep. Okay.
So go about 3 lines down from that, and it talks about you were trusting and they'd take care of her.
Yes, I got it.
And you wrote in your journal here, do you see the sentence that starts, I am not a doctor or a nurse?
Yes.
I have not gone to school and studied medicine or truly know the anatomy of the human body. So I was putting a lot of faith in them as I don't have the knowledge. Do you see that?
Yes.
You had the Cliff Notes version in some ways about some of these things, but you're not the doctor or the nurse there, right?
Right.
Bottom of page 8 about the Precedex. And regarding communications with your dad. See where there's a sentence there about 5, 6 lines up. It talks about the Precedex package insert. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see a sentence here that says 2 or 3 lines down from that, starting the only day she, do you see that?
Yes,
The only day she was to be sedated was the day my dad gave them permission to sedate her to get the oxygen mask on properly. Do you see that?
yes,
Your dad was there only up until the 10th, right?
yes,
And then you say at the bottom of page 8, the last sentence that starts, I have documentation through text message. Do you see that?
yes,
I have documentation through text message with my dad on October 9th at 9:36 a.m. asking how did she coming off of sedation? Do you see that?
yes,
Your dad believed that she was off of the sedation. Do you see that?
yes.
It's page 9, page 8 to page 9 at the back of her diary. So again, you're not a nurse, right?
Right.
But you're a mom.
I am.
You make decisions in your ordinary life about yourself and your children, right?
Right.
So I just want to ask you to look over here to your left-hand side of the courtroom. Do you see a sign? Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see a door underneath the exit sign? What are the words on the door underneath the exit sign?
Emergency use only.
Are you confused about what emergency is?
No.
You would know and have to make your own decision about what an emergency is at times, right?
Yes.
If your son is choking or your son is drowning, you would be able to make a decision about whether that was an emergency or not in your own mind, right?
Yes.
You don't have to be a doctor or a nurse to determine that the situation in front of you in your mind is an emergency, do you?
Objection foundation, it's not a doctor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You don't have to be a doctor or a nurse in your everyday life to determine that the situation at hand is an emergency, do you?
Objection failed. Please exercise.
Overruled. Do you want to just read it back? So it doesn't have to be repeated. Just loud.
You don't have to be a doctor or a nurse in your everyday life to determine that the situation at hand is an emergency, do you?
That is correct.
Do you know Narcan to be an emergency opioid reversal agent?
I am aware of that.
You understand what emergency means, don't you?
I do.
At the time you learned that Grace had been labeled to do not resuscitate, did anybody, strike that, I'm asking this question wrong. At the time you learned that Grace was a do not resuscitate, what would you have done? What would you have agreed to have been done for her to save her life?
Anything to save her.
Did anybody take your hand and say, Jessica, now or never, now is the time. If you don't agree to put your sister on a ventilator, she'll die.
And told me that. No one did anything or say anything to me.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Just one question. Ms. Vanderheiden, the letter that you and I talked about, you aware this was in discovery by your counsel?
I believe I was aware, yes.
Okay, I didn't come to your house and rifle through your drawers or anything seeking a private diary. This was given to me by Mr. Boyland and counsel. You understood that? In the purpose of discovery so that we can present the truth to the jury here today. True?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Judge, I do have one more. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have one more.
Sure, Attorney Guzzi.
I'm good, thanks, Judge.
In terms of what was given or so on, because Mr. Frankowiak asked about this question. When you packed up Grace's bags and left the hospital and brought everything with you away, some of her jewelry was there and you took that with you?
Yes.
All of her personal thing that would have been on her body, her jewelry, you took it with you. Among what you packed up and you brought away from the hospital, was there a purple do not resuscitate bracelet?
No.
You're aware of the discovery that's gone on in this case. Did the hospital ever turn over to us any type of purple do not resuscitate bracelet?
No.
That's all.
Right, so this is the opportunity now for members of the jury to ask questions of this witness. So just like we've done with the other witnesses, if you could just show your hand so we know how many, seems like just two. So if we can write your questions out, make sure your jury number is on it. Five thirty from juror number 2749. Marking as exhibit 540, the questions from juror 386. The questions are the following. If the document that you wrote and the referencing exhibit 427 wasn't a letter to anyone in particular, what was the purpose or intention of writing it?
The purpose was so I had my documentation, my stay with Grace.
Just for your own benefit?
Yes, I didn't want to forget what happened.
Can you describe the restraints used on Grace during her hospital stay that you referenced?
Yeah, so they strapped around her wrist and they were blue and they were soft.
And how long was it that you saw this?
How long did I see Grace in them for?
Yes, I mean, if you could just describe, because you haven't said much about it, and I think the question is, can you describe?
So when she had them on is when I came back from showering. And so she was in these soft restraints, the blue ones, when I returned into the room. And if I had to estimate, I'd say that she was in them, yeah, for 10 to 15 minutes when I arrived.
So 10 or 15 minutes after you arrived, she stayed in those?
Yes.
And just so you answer the question, so it put her arms into the bed or to the handles of the bed, or so can you describe what you saw?
Sure. So yeah, the restraints literally strapped her arms down to the bed so she could not move. If you guys need more clarification, is there anything else that?
Yeah, I think that they're asking to describe it. So where on her arms were they?
They were on her wrists, both wrists. So both wrists had restraints and she was literally strapped down to the bed. She could not move her arms.
So this next question, I think, is a question, and I'm going to ask it. It says, how long approximately before your phone call with your parents at 7:18 p.m. on October 13th did you talk to Nurse McGinnis?
How many minutes prior to the phone call?
Yeah, or how long was it prior to that? So I think you testified about nursing station and Nurse McGinnis was
Yeah.
there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the last time you ever talked with her?
Yes. So if I had to estimate, I would probably say within a minute or two. I literally went out to see if I could get help. And Nurse McGinnis told me they did everything they could for my sister, and I instantly picked up that phone. So it was within minutes.
Any follow-ups from the jurors based on those questions and answers? So it looks like there's at least one more. I hear paper being ripped. So is there another one coming? If you can just raise your hand. Okay, so. Pivot number 541, questions from juror number 587. Marking as exhibit 542, the questions from juror 2375. And the questions are the following. I'm going to start with the most recent question, exhibit 542, since we just had the sidebar about it. And the question is, if the document was only for you not to forget things, then why was it given to the lawyers for the plaintiffs?
I do not know.
Okay. And we had a sidebar because the attorneys had agreed that I should instruct you about what discovery is. And it makes sense with what the answer that was just given. So in a lawsuit, there's a process that's called discovery. Discovery can be many things, but in purposes of this case, what you've seen are depositions. So depositions are discovery. So it's the other side deposing a witness or a potential witness and discovering information about what that witness has. There's also what's called discovery, where the sides send interrogatories or requests for documents. And so if the defense attorney asks the plaintiffs for things, the plaintiffs are required through the discovery process to turn over those things unless there's some good reason not to. If it's a privileged document, something between an attorney and a client, that doesn't have to be turned over. So in this case, I expect that in preparation for her deposition, they probably asked for all documents she authored or had anything to do with. And then in response to that, you guys, by you guys, I mean plaintiff's counsel went to her and said, you're required to turn this over. It's the discovery. Is that sort of what happened? Is all the attorneys are shaking their head. Attorney Franco-Wiak. I just want to make sure that's sort of what happened. Attorney Guzzi, you're agreeing?
It's a little fuzzy on whether it was responsible for discovery.
But it would be either, or maybe even both. Okay,
Would be the defense asked for it.
right. And then you guys are. You agree, Attorney Franco-Wiak?
Yes, it's part of
Okay.
discovery.
So to answer the question directly, she doesn't know why, but the legal part of it is because when one side asks for something, if she was going to be a witness in this case, she would have to turn over those things. And if she'd probably get in trouble. There'd be a motion for contempt or some other action that I would have dealt with months ago or maybe a year ago. And thankfully, we didn't have to deal with that a month or a year. So hopefully that answers the question. And I think it's fair to say that that probably happened with everybody. That's why hospital notes and hospital records and expert reports were turned over. And so everything gets turned over way in advance. As part of the rules, and then there's no surprises, or there shouldn't be surprises at the time of trial. Any other explanation on discovery from the plaintiff, from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, any other questions from the jurors? Any follow-up questions based on those questions and answers from plaintiff?
I do not, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, and Attorney Franco-Wiak, anything?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
Attorney Guzzi? All right, I'm going to receive exhibits 539 to 542. You may step down. Thank you for your testimony. If you can just keep the exhibits right there on the witness stand, yeah, you can just keep them where they're at. And she is excused. You're free to leave. Thank you.
And subject to the sequestration order.
Okay,
Correct.
I think consistent with all the rules that we've talked about so far.
Yes, and she just wouldn't know that.
Okay, so maybe you can talk.
Thank
you. So at this time, I think your lunch is arriving. So we're going to take a lunch break. We've been going for a little over an hour and a half anyway, and this is a good point to stop. So we're going to give is, I'm hoping like 12:20. So the attorneys have been asking for 45 minutes too, which is fair. They got work to do to get ready for the afternoon. And we'll have maybe a few minutes of work here. So we'll get you back in here at the afternoon. A reminder not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other, and we'll see you at that time. Jurors are excused. All right, everyone may be seated. You want to say regarding that sidebar from plaintiff?
No, Judge?
Lucy, anything? At the introduction of Exhibit 427, we had a sidebar requested by Attorney Boylan. During that sidebar, about Ms. Vanderheiden's notes or her diary, and you wanted to make sure that there was going to be no mention of murder or killing or any of the other things that I had previously ruled on. Attorney Frankowiak, you indicated that you agreed that that wasn't going to be your purpose and you're going to stay away from it. There was some mention about stuff up on the screen, and I think you referenced it might go up on the screen just as, and I said, well, then it needs to be redacted, and then I think you made a decision to not put it up on the screen. So that's about what we discussed, and I think everybody followed the rules. Anything you want to say regarding that sidebar, Attorney Boylan?
No, thank you.
Attorney Frankowiak? Attorney Guzzi? The other exhibits that were marked was 427, 419, which is the deposition transcript, and then 538, which was that transcript that I gave to everybody. Any objection to those being?
No, Judge?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those exhibits are received. I think this is your time to make your motion, so start with you, Attorney Frankowiak, or should I ask the plaintiff is resting, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I think our agreement was you're not waiving it by not fully arguing them, but if you just want to identify them now.
We would also move for the dismissal of the negligence claim for the same reason that we moved for the dismissal of the wrongful death claim. Thank you, Your Honor. And yes, I will be calling the doctor to begin the testimony, and we do have 2 nurses lined up to the extent we can get them in afterwards. They will hopefully be here and ready to go if we have time.
Record's clear. So like Attorney Frankowiak, you apparently missed, one of the arguments under battery and the negligence, but I don't think you're waiving anything because we're kind of rushing through this. So had you not just brought that up in rebuttal, I'm clear that you would have been wanting a dismissal of the negligence, even though you only said wrongful death, and your battery, even though you didn't say intent. You're going to be free to argue everything at a later time. And then you guys can respond, plaintiffs can respond accordingly. So all good. 12:20, we'll be good to go. All right, thanks everyone. We're adjourned.
So we are on break at the moment. Uh, Coming back in just a few minutes. Not sure if we're going to continue with or not. I think they're done with Jessica for the day. Um, Interesting to see the defense asking for mistrials. I think that was the most interesting so far out of today, and see if they continue to do that. Let's see. So let's talk about Truth Social real quick. If you're looking for a great place online for news, discussion, and entertainment, then check out Truth Social, Donald Trump's social media website. You'll get breaking news stories and commentary from top media figures. If you want to see Trump's legendary Truth Social post, then get on the Truth Social today. Join a growing community of patriots on a free speech platform designed to avoid censorship and cancellation by big tech. Make your voice heard. Join the movement. Join Truth Social. So I'm not on Truth Social. I don't have any other social media other than what you guys see here, but it happens to be one of those I'm joining pretty soon.
Maybe see. I apologize that lunch was apparently a little bit late in the delivery, but hopefully it worked out okay. While you were at lunch, the plaintiff rested its case, meaning they're finished. The defense is now going to start with their witnesses. I want to just tell you what the attorneys have agreed to so you will make sense of what you're going to observe. There's an agreement that the defendants, Attorney Frankowiak is representing Nurse McGinnis and the hospital, and Attorney Guzzi is representing Dr. Shokar and Ascension Medical Group. They're going to call a witness, and they may call one, and then the other one call.
My name is Bruce Goldberger, Bruce Goldberger.
All right, your witness, Attorney Frankowiak.
Dr. Goldberger, do you hold a PhD?
Yes,
To address you as Dr. Goldberger, true?
please.
Okay. Currently employed, Dr. Goldberger.
I am.
Okay, and with whom are you currently employed?
I'm part-time employed by the University of Florida. I'm on a trajectory to be retired soon, hopefully.
The title.
Professor.
What are your present responsibilities with that entity, the University of Florida?
The former director of the forensic toxicology. I was the director for about 28 years before I retired. My current position involves consulting with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as the Florida Department of Health.
Could you just provide your educational history and professional qualifications for the jury, if you might?
I have a BA degree in psychology from Drew University, a very small liberal arts college in New Jersey, as well as a master's degree and a doctoral degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
You mentioned a master's degree and PhD in forensic toxicology. What is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is the application of toxicology of the law. So the work that I've done for about 40 years, early toxicology as it applies to the law, which involves the today.
What is toxicology, doctor?
Great question. Toxicology is the studies. So the focus of my work is principally on drugs and other substances.
For example, medications.
Yes.
Okay. What is it that a toxicologist does?
In my position as the director of the Forensic Toxicology Laboratory, I had a staff of about 8 people who were working on cases for the state medical examiners, as well as law enforcement in the state of Florida. So that was probably my my time is directing these people, reviewing casework and signing out cases. During my time at the university, I signed out about 70,000 cases, principally medical examiner cases, but some were law enforcement cases. The other time was devoted to teaching, mentoring, conducting research, what a typical academician would do.
Okay. And did these cases that you would work with as the former director of the University of Florida Forensic Toxicology Lab involve, for example, cases in which you would be viewing or opining upon medications, drugs, or drug interactions?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the University of Florida Forensic Toxicology Lab. Can you just give us a brief idea what that is or what purpose it serves?
The Forensic Toxicology Laboratory is a service laboratory at the University of Florida in the College of Medicine. About 2,500 cases per year for principally state matters, and then a small number, a few a month for local and state law enforcement.
Doctor, are you a fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology?
Yes, I'm board certified fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. I'm also the president of the board.
The American Board of Forensic Toxicology, what does it mean to be a fellow?
Multiple levels. It's very similar to being certified in specialty of medicine, like certified in or board certified in pediatrics, for example. Just throwing that out there. So basically, it's an assessment of an individual's education, training, and experience, and then there's an examination. Once a person passes the examination and becomes board certified, they must participate in continuing education, just like the legal profession, where you have to participate in continuing education every year to maintain your license.
And have you your career, doctor?
Yes, I've been board certified for 25 or 30 years.
Are you also the past president of the American
Forensic scientists, mostly from the US, but also around the world. Forensic sciences includes forensic pathologists and forensic psychiatry and forensic engineering. And I was there as a forensic toxicologist.
Okay. Do you presently have responsibilities?
Just a little bit now because I am in the process of retiring. So I still do mentor two students. These are students who just received their doctoral degree and they're a postdoctoral associate.
Okay. And did you have responsibilities throughout your career prior to the point in life where you are now?
Yes.
Referring to resident physicians?
The term resident is a term where you have a physician in training. So all physicians, when they graduate medical school, they select their specialty, and then they're typically a resident.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I want to look at the first sentence of the third paragraph on page 1. It starts
Process.
Okay. So you have worked with and trained physicians.
I have.
Okay. Have you written any articles or book chapters in the field of forensic toxicology?
Yes, I am a co-editor of 5 books I'm working on now as I focus on my retirement. I've written numerous chapters area of toxicology, forensic toxicology, pharmacology, and other areas as well. And then I'm co-author of about 130 papers in the peer-reviewed literature.
In pharmacology, what is pharmacology?
Pharmacology is the study of the action of drugs. How does a drug, when ingested or infused, affect the body, maybe affecting physiology?
During the course of your career as a forensic Have you provided consultation on the subject of medications and drug interactions? Okay. Would you be able to explain the nature of those consultations, what they are, how they came about?
Most often it was with the medical examiners that I would work with in my court for the state. When medical examiners receive a toxicology, for example, from me, they may have questions about potential drug-drug interactions. They would call me or email me. We'd have some sort of conference where we would discuss the significance of those findings. Also did that to a degree in driving while impaired cases where someone might have ingested 2 or 3 different medications that resulted in impairment.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Doctor, I'm handing you a copy of the document previously marked as exhibit number 302.
Yes, it's my curriculum vitae.
Okay. And does this document accurately set forth your education, employment history, and expert qualifications in the field of forensic toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, are you here today to render opinions as in the field of forensic toxicology in the present lawsuit?
Yes.
Now, are you a doctor?
No, I am not.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury the difference between a medical doctor, or what might be called a clinician, and a PhD like yourself in the field of forensic toxicology?
One big obvious difference is I didn't go to medical school. I classes in a medical school at the University of Maryland, but I didn't graduate from them. I'm not trained to do physical examinations and do differential diagnoses on a patient for a physician to do. My work is as a scientist where I may build the underlying basis for biology and toxicology, and even some of my work in the past has led to building best practices in the treatment of drug overdoses, but I don't with patients directly. I may be consulted about a patient, but through a physician.
Okay. And I was going to ask you about that, doctor. So if a physician is treating a patient of your career, would you be at times called to consult with that physician if they had a question to medication or drug overdose or interaction?
Yes, when I was the director of the forensic toxicology laboratory, I was on call 24/7 to respond to queries regarding complications, result overdoses, for example, and I would get calls from the emergency department or from the ICU. Now that I'm no longer the director, I get email queries from people in Gainesville. That's where it's called Shands Hospital, also called UF, or University of Florida Health.
Okay. To some university medical center, or did you have any? Evens on the entire document. So I'm trying. Have you reviewed the medical records pertinent to the hospitalization of Grace Schara from October of 2021?
Yes.
Have you read the transcripts of the depositions of plaintiffs' 2 experts summarizing your opinions in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness? Questions that then questions on the entire document. So I'm trying to take her through to the specific line or 2 when there's context required, would I read more than that? Right. For the purpose of discussing what her recollections were 2 weeks in comparison to what they might be today, which is what she's also testified to. These were her.
Okay, so have you asked her what her recollection was?
Sure.
Before we're reading this to her?
Well, this is actually her writing, so she wrote it down, and I want to it's accurate. I'm not really doing it to refresh her recollection or impeach her at this point. I'm just discussing.
With that admission that it's not to refresh her recollection or for impeachment, I object entirely.
Then I agree. So I sustain. I think you can ask her, read through it. Is this accurate? And if she says yes, then we're done, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. The nurses on the 11th feeding Grace applesauce and a nutritious shake, and she was able to eat some of those things, true?
Yes.
Okay, great. You understood when you entered the hospital that one of the conditions that you being with Grace in the hospital was that you wear PPE, true?
Yes.
Now, you testified that you left the hospital to go home for the night at the end of visiting hours on March 11th. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood time that you left the hospital or had to leave the hospital because your parents didn't have things quite worked out with the hospital in terms of you being able to stay overnight at that point, and that leave, true?
I
Mischaracterizes testimony why she got to leave.
Sustained.
Okay. What do you understand on that evening as to why you had to go home that day?
No, I understand that the nurses told me that visiting hours had stopped at 7 p.m. So that was my understanding. And I knew that some would be talked through with the attorneys, but I did not have knowledge on what that was.
Okay. You knew something discussed at that point, but you weren't involved in that, true?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the hospital the next day when visiting hours began, I believe you said Grace was on her belly and you were happy to see that, true? Okay. Holly, and you asked her about everything you saw that previous day when she was there.
When who was there?
What? When Holly was there on the 12th, you asked day about what was going on, true? If you had questions.
What was going on for what day?
On the 12th.
Yeah, I asked questions, yes.
Okay. You had some questions, for example, for Holly about, what she was doing with the mask when she would try to feed Grace, holding the mask away to try to feed and put the mask back about earlier. True?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. One of the things you talked to her about or you asked her about was when Holly was attempting to feed Grace with them holding the little mask away from her mouth while she attempted to feed her and then putting the mask back so she breath. True?
I talked to Holly about the masks.
Okay. Now, when you testified, you stayed overnight to the 13th, and you were able to do that, true?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose overnight because your parents had informed you at that point that the doctor not giving them much hope for Grace in the negative view that they were presenting for COVID patients, true?
I don't think I knew that in that given moment. I wrote this after.
Okay. At some point, that by the evening of the 12th, that at some point prior to you drafting this document, only 2 weeks after Grace's passing, you learned that by the evening of the 12th, the doctors were not giving your parents much hope for Grace.
Yes.
Okay. You learned that the doctors had told your parents that Grace were showing more scar tissue and so were not able to keep her lungs oxygenated, true?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that that was something that your parents had been told by the doctors that Grace could really go downhill fast if she couldn't keep a good oxygen level, true?
Yes.
And that was something you learned or something that you understood your parents had been told by the doctors by the evening of the 12th. Okay. Was that yes?
Yes, sorry, the
Thank you.
microphone.
No problem, no problem. Now, on the morning of the 13th, when you returned to the hospital, I believe you said you had gone home to take a shower. True?
Yes,
Okay. The nursing from the nursing staff told you that they had increased Grace's medications. True?
yes, Nurse McGinnis told me that.
Okay. And you had in fact inquired about those medications that first day you were there, the Monday, the 11th, and that's when you had that conversation or you Precedex machine, true?
Yes,
Okay. You talked a little about the process with we call it the NG tube or the nasogastric tube into Grace on the 13th so that she could get some nutrition. Do you remember testifying about that?
feeding tube?
Yes, the feeding tube, correct. Okay.
It's
Okay, okay. And I understand the nurses let you hold her hands and let her know that mom and dad knew this was going on and that the purpose of this process was to get nutrition for her. You were able to communicate that to Grace, right?
I was.
Okay. You had several telephone calls with your father throughout the day of the 13th, true?
Yes,
And on one of those telephone calls, your dad actually told you, don't trust these doctors. Do you remember having him tell you that?
yes,
Okay. I believe you'd also mentioned that there were times when, for example, or strike that, let me rephrase that. You knew that Grace's oxygen was being monitored by a machine.
yes.
And there were actually multiple machines or multiple modes in which that was being done. You recall that?
There were two machines. Yes,
And there were actually multiple machines or multiple modes in which that was being done. You recall that?
there were two machines.
Okay. And we saw a picture of one of the machine where there was like a little hand. You took a picture that showed an oxygen level. That was one of the machines that was being used.
To see her oxygen level, yes, but that's
Okay.
not the one I'm referencing.
Okay. And certainly there's the big monitor with the little finger clip that goes over her finger, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you also mentioned that there was another way, like they could clip something on her earlobe, in fact, and that was another way to monitor oxygen.
yes,
Okay. And all of these various methods were being used at various times while you were in the room on the 13th.
those that you specified was just in a small window in the evening of the 13th.
And I think you had mentioned you were helping or trying to work with Holly, I think, to remove some nail polish from Grace's hands or fingers.
Yes,
Okay. And that was because sometimes nail polish can affect the readings a little bit. So we're going to remove the nail polish to make sure that they got a better reading. True?
yes,
Okay. Now, there was this talked about at the bedside where you heard the word morphine used, and Holly was there at the bedside, and Dr. Shokar was there at the bedside, right?
Yes,
Okay. And at around that time, you also heard them talking and saying that they were going to take her completely off of her anxiety medication at that point. True, didn't you?
yes,
And that was the Precedex. You heard them say, we'll take the Precedex off. True?
I don't believe I heard the word Precedex.
Okay. And you questioned them. It's okay to do those things. For example, to give morphine and turn off this anxiety medication.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay. And you recall that the Precedex machine had a number that said something in the mid-20s when they chose to take her off of it completely? Okay. And you recall that being the case, that they shut that machine off?
If you back away a little bit, it's
Yes.
gonna be, there
Oh
you
my gosh, okay, so this entire time I'm thinking I have to do this, I just have to
Sure.
do this? Wow, okay. So if you need another answer, if you just repeat the question, I
Sure.
appreciate it.
Okay. And you recall while you were there during this discussion, you saw them shut the machine off?
I did not see them shut the machine off.
Okay.
I just heard that's what they were gonna do and I questioned it.
Oh, okay. And they answered what they were doing, right?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Now, you had testified a little, some of the events that happened as at the end of Grace's, or at the time of Grace's. And one of the things that you recall hearing your father making a comment through FaceTime, apparently. And that comment is, she is not a DNR in this situation when you gave her something to cause this. You recall your father saying that?
I recall writing that.
Okay. And that's something you wrote in your letter, that you wrote 2 weeks after Grace's passing. And that was the exact quote that you wrote in quotes was, she is not a DNR in this situation when you are giving her this. That was something you recall writing?
Yes,
Okay, good. Your father understood that she was a DNR, didn't he?
no,
You also wrote that, describing Grace's passing, that Grace was gone, it's actually seconds. True?
I'd have to look at what I wrote.
Okay, okay. If you could, you could certainly look at page, you go to page.
It's not it's what I wrote, right? You know,
I'm sorry?
it's in what I wrote.
Yes, just go to page 8. Okay.
Okay. I'm on,
Okay, about halfway down. Okay,
okay,
all right. And do you see the line there, Grace on within minutes, actually seconds?
yes, I see that.
Okay, and it says, we never even saw her final breath. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Okay. And that was something that was written in your letter 2 weeks after Grace's passing?
yes,
Okay. And again, you were at that time, your memory was this was fairly fresh in your memory, and you wanted to communicate in this letter your recollection time, because you knew memories could fade.
yes.
Okay. Did you have any example timestamps or anything in terms of when you made any of the calls that you made to your parents on any time on the day of the 13th?
Yes,
Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Attorney Guzzi?
Thank you, Judge. I remember the microphone this time. Morning. I just have a couple of questions for you. Kind of surrounds the Precedex. Okay. So I understand from your that you were operating as the eyes and ears for your parents while you were at Grace's bedside.
Yes,
And I think your testimony was that you saw a bag or a machine that said Precedex on it,
yes.
and you discussed that with the nurses.
I questioned what Grace was on, and they said med, and then a fluid.
So after hearing that information, did you dad and tell them about it?
I don't believe I did.
All right, Jessica. We talked at the beginning of your direct exam, when you first came up about being nervous and about it's not being something you've ever done before, right? This exhibit that has been put in front of you, this document. Okay. Your first, Mr. Frankowiak went with you, was about this is my sister Grace's story and mine. It says that, right? At the top of this document, does it say, "Dear so-and-so"? Is it written, buddy?
No,
At the back of the document, last page, page 9, did you sign it, cordially your name and signature? Did you
no,
put any salutation, greeting at the end?
no,
Say your name at the end?
no,
Were you writing a letter to somebody?
no.
I mean, this is like your diary.
I guess you could consider that.
Yeah. Have you ever, in terms of being nervous, have you ever sat in a public courtroom and had your diary read out loud in front of 50 people before?
No,
That's something we have in common. We'll get back to some of here. I'm going to go toward the end. How many pages is this document?
9,
Is it large font or small font?
pretty small.
Single space?
Yes,
If I told you there's about 50 lines a page, single space, small font, would you agree with me? Look at the document.
say that again.
If you're looking at the document, there's about 50 lines per page, single space, small font. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
Very lengthy.
yes,
And Mr. Frankowiak, of all that you wrote there in essentially your diary, he pulled out a few things that he wanted to come at you about.
yes,
And he went on to page 8, and he more or less the middle of the page down and asked you about Grace was gone within minutes. Do you see that part?
trying to find it. You said page
Oh,
8. I got it. Yep.
Page 8,
Mhm.
about halfway down of the page, Grace was gone within minutes. Do you see that?
Yes,
So halfway down, you've got another 25 lines above it, recounting the story. Is that about right?
yes,
Flip back to page. Do you see at the bottom of, near the bottom 7, about 7, 8 lines up, it says, I ready to help and no one would help.
Yes.
For another 30, 40 lines about what happened before you got to the Grace was gone within minutes, right?
Right.
It didn't take seconds for after this call started. You wrote about it for quite a while.
Yes.
There's other things in here. Gene said Precedex.
Right.
Right. Go to page 9, please.
Okay.
Part of this battle in your cross exam that you're not a doctor, you didn't go to you're not a nurse, you didn't go to nursing school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
But then somebody told you there's a machine over here and you should know all about it.
Objection. Characterizes the exchange.
Sustained.
On page 9 here, middle of the page, little before the middle of the page, there's a part about I was trusting they'd take care of her and were doing everything that was needed. Do you see that?
I haven't found it yet. Can you count how many lines down? I'm so sorry.
All right, let's look left-hand side. There's a line that starts Grace.
Oh, yep, okay.
So go about 3 lines down from that, and it talks about you were trusting and they'd take care of her.
Yes, I got it.
And you wrote in your journal here, do you see the sentence that starts, I am not a doctor or a nurse?
Yes.
I have not gone to school and studied medicine or truly know the anatomy of the human body. So I was putting a lot of faith in that. I don't have the knowledge. Do you see that?
Yes.
You had the Cliff Notes version in some ways about some of these things, but you're not the doctor or the nurse there, right?
Right.
Bottom of page 8 about the Precedex. And regarding communications with your dad. Do you see where there's a sentence there about 5, 6 lines up? It talks about the Precedex package insert. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see a sentence here that says 2 or 3 from that, starting the only day she, do you see that?
Yes.
The only day she was to be sedated was the day my dad permission to sedate her to get the oxygen mask on and working properly. Do you?
Yes.
Your dad was there only up until the 10th.
Yes.
And then you say at the bottom of page 8, the last sentence that starts, I have documentation through text message. Do you see that?
Yes.
I have documentation through text message with my dad on October 9th at 9:36 a.m. asking how did she coming off of sedation? Do you see that? Your dad believed that she was off of the sedation. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's page 9, page 8 to page 9 at the back of her diary.
Lytic drug. It's used for anxiety, and it's a non-opioid sedative drug as well. It makes you sleepy.
Okay. Is there a typical dosage of lorazepam?
Well, just like Precedex, you have to pick the optimum dose, but in the hospital IV, it's typically starting at 0.5 milligrams.
Okay.
But the dose can be much higher.
Okay. Is lorazepam a medication?
Starting day, do you see that?
Yes.
The only day she was to be sedated was the day my dad gave them permission to sedate her to get the oxygen mask on and working properly. Do you see that?
Yes,
Your dad was there only up until the 10th, right?
yes,
And then you say, at the bottom of page 8, the last sentence that starts, I have documentation through text message. Do you see that?
yes,
I have documentation through text message with my dad on October 9th at 9:36 a.m. asking how did she coming off sedation? Do you see that?
yes,
Your dad believed that she was off of the sedation. Do you see that?
yes.
It's page 8 to page 9 at the back of her diary. So again, you're not a nurse, right?
Right,
But you're a mom.
I am.
You make decisions in your ordinary life about yourself and your children, right?
Right,
So I just want to ask you to look over here to your left-hand side of the courtroom. Do you see the exit sign? Do you see that?
yes.
Do you see a door underneath the exit sign? What are the words on the door underneath the exit sign?
Emergency use only.
Are you confused about what emergency is?
No,
You would know and have to make your own decision about what an emergency is at times, right?
yes,
If your son is choking or your son is drowning, you would be able to make about whether that was an emergency or not in your own mind, right?
yes,
You don't have to be a nurse to determine that the situation in front of you in your mind is an emergency, do you?
Objection, it's not a doctor.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You don't have to be a doctor in your everyday life to determine that the situation at hand is an emergency, do you?
Please, what situation are we talking about?
Overruled. Do you want to just read it back? So it doesn't have to be repeated.
There's really no way to quantify that. We know it's at least additive, so you have the effect of the Precedex and you have the effect of the lorazepam. But to say that it's enhanced is speculation.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, we see that at 0.5 milligram doses of lorazepam were administered on October 13th, one at 11:25 a.m. and then again at 5:46 and 5:49. At the same time, Grace was on an infusion of Precedex at a titration level of 1.4 by the 13th. As a toxicologist, does the administration to Grace Schara of these 3 single doses of lorazepam while Precedex is simultaneously rate of 1.4 cause you any concern?
No, and keep in mind that the first dose on the 13th was at 11:25. And the second and third dose were administered roughly 6 hours later. So no, not at all. And Grace was having medical issues at that point. So she was having rapid breathing, for example. And it was important to calm her down so she was more comfortable and she could be treated appropriately.
Okay. And why is that not concerning to you that these medications were used together in the dosages and frequencies that we've seen here?
These are small doses. 0.5, even 0.5 times 2 at about 1,700 is, in my opinion, not a problem. It's all appropriate.
You know, did you see overdoses in your practice as head of the toxicology lab with this type of dose and these types of medications?
I've seen a limited number of lorazepam overdoses. It is a drug, as I said before, it's widely prescribed, often used in the hospital, but it's often not associated with drug intoxication because it is a safe drug.
0.5 milligrams, that is not a dosage you would expect to see to cause an overdose.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about morphine if we could. Are you familiar with the medication morphine?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that medication?
My doctoral work involved the analysis of heroin and its metabolites, including morphine in decedents. So my lifetime work has really been devoted to opioids like morphine. I've written chapters on the use of morphine therapeutically as well as overdoses involving morphine.
What is, if you could explain to the jury, what is morphine?
Morphine is an opiate. It's derived from the poppy plant. It has analgesic effect. It's also a sedative medication.
Okay. Doctor, if I may, or Your Honor, may I approach the doctor?
You may.
Thank you.
Dr. It will be previously marked as exhibit number 31. You recognize that?
Yes, this is
Exhibit number 31 on the screen. It looks like according to 31, a single 2 milligram dose of morphine was administered to Grace on the evening of October 13th at about 18-15 hours.
yes.
How would you characterize the size or potency of a 2 milligram dose of morphine?
Again, a very typical dose. In this case, as a sedative, as a medication to reduce Grace's anxiety.
Okay. Would it have a potential effect to reduce her heart rate if it were elevated? Is that something this medication can do?
It can. In an overdose involving morphine, you would see significant respiratory rate, the heart rate, the blood pressure, as well as the oxygen saturation.
So based upon your experience, knowledge, and training as a forensic toxicologist, would this amount of morphine, milligrams, be sufficient in your opinion to cause an overdose likely to cause death in a patient like Grace?
No,
Why not?
it's too small. Just like the lorazepam or Ativan, it's too small. It's not a dose of drug that's going to result in an overdose.
Okay. You would not. Anyone in particular, what was the purpose or intention of writing it? Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine be utilized safely in combination with one another?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why? What, based upon your experience, are you of the understanding or the experience that you can use these medications together?
Yes, that's my understanding. And of course, these medications weren't selected randomly prior to the administration to Grace. They were ordered and administered to Grace because of her rapid respiratory rate and her anxiety.
Are these three medications, in your experience, typically used in combination in an ICU setting?
Yes.
Okay. Would that, if a doctor from an ICU were to consult with you as a forensic pathologist about the use of these three medications in concert in the dosages and the frequencies given in this case, would that raise any concerns for you?
None at all.
Okay. To put a finer point on it, if you were approached in this particular case by a physician who was wondering, could I give these medications to Grace in these dosages and with these frequencies in order to treat the clinical situation that I'm seeing, would you have had any issues with that, or would you have warned not to do that?
I have no issues.
Precedex was titrated to a level of 1.4 by the morning of October 13th. Single 0.5 milligram doses of lorazepam were administered on October 13th at 11:25 and then again at 7:46.
So this next question, I think is a question
Of these medications. And knowing that morphine was the last medication of the three to be administered at 18-15 hours, at what point in time would you expect to see clinical signs of an overdose, if such were, as a result of that morphine administration?
So it's that cause and effect relationship that I spoke about, but also the context as well. So these drugs were administered intravenously, and the drugs reach the brain very quickly, and that's where their site of action is. So you would expect there to be some sort of adverse impact of these drugs on the vital signs, like heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory, and oxygen saturation.
Okay. Now, at the time of death indicated on Grace Schara's death certificate, it's noted that she passed at 19:20.
And an adverse effect. We know these are central nervous system depressant drugs. They depress our CNS. So the effects, if it was an overdose, as alleged, you would see a decrease in the respiratory rate. That would be accompanied by a decrease in oxygen saturation. You may see a decrease in as well. And you see a decrease in the blood pressure. My contextual analysis of the facts in this matter, which includes the three drugs, plus the vital signs, I don't see a direct relationship.
Doctor, there's been some testimony about the potential for resuscitation or reversal drugs in this case.
Drugs reach the brain very quickly, and that's where their site of action is. So you would expect there to be some sort of adverse effect within a few minutes, maybe not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, but probably within 5 or so minutes, you would expect to see
I'm handing you what we've marked as exhibit 4 and 444. Have you seen those documents before, Doctor?
yes.
And do these documents show some vital signs for Grace at a point in time after morphine was administered?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Permission to publish 443? Yeah. Okay. Doctor, we look at the respiratory rates, for example. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
I'm handing you what we've marked as exhibit 443 and 444. Have you seen those documents before, Doctor?
Yes.
And do these documents vital signs for Grace at a point in time after the morphine was administered?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Permission to publish 443? Yeah. Okay. Doctor, when we look at the respiratory rates, for example, this document, are the respiratory rates we see in this exhibit consistent with what you would expect to see during this time frame after the administration of that 2 milligram dose of morphine, if Grace were indeed experiencing a fatal overdose of Precedex in combination with lorazepam and morphine?
No, as a matter of fact, her respiratory rate is too rapid.
Okay. If you could, no, right behind you, there's like a stick right there.
Yes.
Now, right above you is a blow up of this document. Do you see RR or respiratory rate there?
Can you focus this document or is it?
Can we blow that up and make that a little, or focus the respiratory rate? Okay. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the respiratory rate. So the breath per minute after the milligrams of morphine. And the rate of respiration is 36 for this time frame.
What is a normal respiration rate? Okay, so at a point, and if we can look at that, what are the times when we're seeing these variation rates? It looks like
1825, 30, every 5 minutes.
okay, and 1825 would be approximately 10 minutes after the administration of the morphine. Okay, Doctor, we're seeing, from what I can tell, respiratory rates in the mid-30s consistently. It looks like 40 minutes after the administration of that morphine. Would you agree that's what we're seeing here?
Yes, there's a second page as well.
Okay, and we will certainly talk about that, but why are those respiratory rates not consistent with what you would expect to see in a fatal medication overdose involving these medications?
I would expect the respiratory rate to be reduced if there was an overdose of the three medications.
Would you expect it to be reduced to below a level that would be considered normal?
Possibly.
Okay. And in fact, these respiratory rates that we're seeing here they look to be nearly twice what the normal rate would be.
They are.
Okay. Is there anything else, doctor, on this, any other vital signs on here that you believe would be inconsistent with what's alleged to be an overdose?
We have heart rate.
Okay, what would you expect to see in terms of a heart rate with a fatal overdose of these medications?
A low heart rate.
Okay. Okay, and once again, we're looking at the same. This goes all the way up to about, okay, so these vital signs we're seeing here are not consistent with what you would expect to see for a fatal overdose.
Yes.
Okay, if we could, permission to publish Exhibit 444.
Does the clerk have your hard copy of 444?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I think our agreement was you're not waiving any arguments by not fully arguing them, but if you just want to identify them now, both of you can do that, and then we'll take our lunch breaks. Go ahead, Mr. Francolia.
Yes, Your Honor. I would formally move to dismiss at the close of plaintiff's case. First of all, the battery claim against Nurse Mc, for reasons that certainly will be argued. Are you wishing any type of explanation or argument at this point, Your Honor?
I prefer not, because I think your lunch out time is ticking, but
Okay.
I want you to be comfortable that you're not waiving those arguments, and I want everybody to be.
Understood, Your Honor, but the understanding that we are not waiving, certainly I do wish to, I believe, for the reasons that Your Honor has already placed on the record, for reasons that nurses do not have a responsibility to obtain informed consent, and therefore consent cannot be an issue with Nurse McGinnis, and for other reasons that have been argued on various times throughout this case on summary judgment and motions to dismiss, and also as to be argued on this case, when the decision is finally made. Certainly we would request that the plaintiff's battery claim against Nurse McGinnis be dismissed, and certainly at that point we would also request that Nurse McGinnis then be removed as a party defendant from the case, because she has no place in this case outside of that claim. She cannot be named or kept in the case as a nurse, as a separate party on a medical malpractice action. So we would ask for her to be dismissed along with that claim, leaving just the hospital. Would also ask to move for a directed verdict on plaintiff's wrongful death claim against the hospital on the basis that there has been inadequate or insufficient causation testimony in order to dismiss that, or to hold the hospital responsible for wrongful death. The experts have focused upon the removal of Mr. Schara for the most part, and there has been no expert testimony, I believe, connecting that with the death of Grace Schara. Finally, I would also move for the dismissal of the final cause of action, which is the declaratory judgment motion. I believe Your Honor is already taking that under advisement for a number of reasons, but as previously argued by the hospital too, I don't believe that that even applies, that cause of action even applies to the hospital, and that the nurses do not have a responsibility to obtain informed consent or to approve or to enter a DNR order. So the whole DNR issue would not apply to the hospital's nurses. So we would ask for that cause of action to be dismissed.
Just one comment, because I want you to think through this. Did you notice how in your battery argument, you said no obligation by the nurse to get informed consent?
I'm sorry?
You said no obligation by nurse to get informed consent. And I think that's counsel confusing informed consent with consent on the battery. And that's what I tried to articulate this morning, which is why I think it's taken me months to get through it sort of from a legal perspective, because that comment I think is just not right. So I think a nurse, if he or she is being, having a cause of action against battery, doesn't have anything to do with informed consent. It has to do with consent. But anyway, Attorney Guzzi, your motions.
Yeah, Your Honor, Dr. Shokar would move for dismissal at this point in time on the battery claim. The evidence, I don't believe, has met the standard required as to contact or intent. We'd also move to dismiss the informed consent claim. The evidence in terms of that is I think in Dr. Shokar's favor, such that a reasonable jury could not find that Dr. Shokar failed to, or first of all, had a duty on any of the medications to obtain informed consent. And so we would move for dismissal on that basis. Also move for dismissal with regard to the DNR statutory claim. As we've mentioned before, we believe that it is very clear that the statutory provision that plaintiff is trying to apply here applies to outpatients. Is very similar to the post or pulsed letters discussed by Nurse Eichinger yesterday. Its purpose to express inpatient in inpatient's wishes. That is the purpose of it. DNR entered into an electronic record. As far as the wrongful death and negligence claims, we also move for dismissal on the basis that the plaintiffs have failed to meet their burden of proof both on negligence and causation. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And we're not arguments by not making them now for plaintiff either. So are we good then to take a break for lunch? Understand you're starting with your doctor first this afternoon.
That's correct, Your Honor. If I may also just include, just for the purpose of completeness, I would also join Attorney Guzzi relative to the dismissal of the battery claim on the basis that there was no intent obligation. We would also move for the dismissal of the negligence claim for the same reason that we moved for the dismissal of the wrongful death claim. Thank you, Your Honor. And yes, I will be calling the doctor to begin the testimony, and we do have 2 nurses lined up to the extent we can get them in afterwards. They will hopefully be here and right we have time.
Record's clear. So like Attorney Frankowiak, you apparently missed, one of the arguments under battery and the negligence, but I think you're waiving anything because we're kind of rushing through this. So had you not just brought that up in rebuttal, I'm clear that you would have been wanting a dismissal of the negligence, even though you only said wrongful death, and your battery, even though you didn't say intent. You're going to be free to argue everything at a later time. And then you guys can respond, plaintiffs can respond accordingly. So all good. 12:20, we'll be good to go. All right, we're adjourned.
Yes,
Sure. You've worked for them in the past?
yes. I think my recollection is I worked one other case for them.
And you've done over 900 depositions, close to 1,000 depositions, as an expert witness consultant, correct?
Yes,
And mostly were for defendant doctors, hospitals, and the state government, correct?
right. So in a criminal matter, as a state toxicologist, most of my deposition testimony and even my court testimony was for the state in the prosecution of a defendant.
Right. And you're coming into court to testify on behalf of the prosecution relative to typically the amount of cocaine ingested in a person who was driving an automobile, for instance?
Yes,
Right. And you charged $5,000 to come to court, correct?
I do, per day.
Per day. And an initial retainer of $2,500,
Yes, sir.
not notable. Correct?
Yes,
Yeah. And when I look at your report, it's dated February 10th of 2025. Is that an accurate date?
February 10th, 2025.
Right. So this lawsuit was filed 2 years and 2 months prior, or 2 years, approximately 2 years prior to your authoring of your report, right?
I don't know the timing of the complaint, but
Sure, of course not. Suffice it to say that you were not engaged to render an opinion in this case until some 2 years after it was ongoing.
yes, it seems that way.
It does seem that way. You have told us, thankfully, that you are not a medical doctor.
That's correct. I'm not a medical doctor.
You don't treat patients.
Treat patients?
You don't make clinical assessments or decisions relative to live patients.
Correct. In the moment, I don't.
Right. And you never have treated patients, correct?
Back in the day, I worked with an EMS volunteer ambulance, so I did treat patients then, and I worked in a hospital as well, but not as a physician.
As a physician, that's what I should have clarified it by tightening up that question.
Right.
You never treated patients as a physician. You have, in fact, been the director of the University of Florida Racing Lab in testing thoroughbred horses and greyhounds, correct?
Yes,
Your opinion is based upon the medical records that you were provided, correct?
yes,
And in your report, you indicate, I think it's marked as Exhibit 301, about having been retained by the Otgen law firm and to ask to provide an expert opinion. You reviewed the following documents: the complaint, the second amended summons and complaint, but secondly, right under that line, the last line of your report dated February 10th, 2025, St. Elizabeth Hospital medical records 2 SEH 1-996 with index. Do you see that?
yes.
Did you know that the total number of pages contained in the medical record was 1,137?
No.
Oh. That, if that were the case, then you obviously didn't receive all the medical records, did you?
It's possible.
Sure. Now, you've indicated to this jury, despite the fact you don't make clinical assessments, do not treat patients in the hospital, that you reviewed the medical records, and I would expect that you probably reviewed records relative to the event of October 7th. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And why don't you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, based upon your analysis, what happened October 7th relative?
So 1.
Okay.
Right? And she was overly sedated.
Right.
And then the dose was dialed back to 0.7, if I'm not mistaken.
Just for clarification, what drug are we referring to?
The dexmedetomidine, or
Also
Precedex.
known as Precedex.
Then the dose was back to 0.7, if I'm not mistaken.
Just for clarification, what drug are we referring to?
The dexmedetomidine, or
Also
Precedex.
known as Precedex.
Yes,
Right. And she was, in your words, over-sedated.
correct.
Okay. So you want to quibble with whether or not that was an over-sedation or an overdose?
Yes, because it wasn't life-threatening at the moment. She's in the ICU. She's being monitored, and the dose was dialed down. There was nothing else necessary at that point.
Sure. There was a quick reaction to this overdose or over-sedation. Correct?
Yes,
In fact, you would agree with me, would you not, that an overdose would be a dose of a drug given to a patient that would cause an ill effect, potentially non-fatal or a fatal drug overdose?
yes. You're reading my words, I think.
I am reading your words, but that's a good definition.
It is.
How is this not an overdose according to your definition?
Because the professionals were there, they adjusted her dose appropriately.
The ambit of your definition of an overdose, because it was an ill effect, non-fatal, correct?
But I don't see this as anything that was life-threatening.
Right, okay. You indicated that based upon the dosages alone, that, strike that. You did look at the vital signs that were listed in the medical record surrounding the October 7th and also the October 8th incidents, did you not?
Yes,
And within those vital signs, did you not recognize that the Precedex was rapidly decreased to 0.7 because she was suffering from low blood pressure, ARDS, or acute respiratory distress syndrome, which had resolved following the turn down of the Precedex? Did
Yes.
you notice that?
yes.
Yeah.
And they administered the norepi and atropine.
Right. And why don't you tell the jury what you mean by norepi? Is that short for norepinephrine?
Yes,
And why would they have had to administer norepinephrine?
to increase the blood pressure as a pressor.
Right. And you don't do that unless the pressure's dangerously low, correct?
Not sure. dangerously low is the right term, but if it's low and clinically indicated, yes, you would administer norepi.
Right. So a physician who was charged with clinically assessing that patient acted upon a low blood pressure value, correct?
Yes, they did.
Appropriately,
I think so.
based upon this over sedation, correct?
Yes.
Did you see anything in the medical record which indicated that this event was discussed when you were in the medical records?
The event on the 7th or the
Time to talk about what you did focus on. So I suspect what you were looking at when you were in the medical records was just vital signs.
MAR, the vital signs.
The
result-
MAR, timeout, hold on. So when you say the MAR, you mean the medication administration record, right?
Yes,
And that would show us what medications were given and at what dosages and at what times, correct?
yes,
Including by whom?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Vital signs,
Vital signs, including oxygen saturation levels.
correct. Blood pressure, heart rate,
Blood
respiratory rate.
pressure. Right.
Also look at narratives related to diagnoses, just for contextual purposes, but I'm not reading all of the conversations between the physician and the family, because that's just not something that I do. It's not something that I can assess.
Right, I understand. You're not qualified to render an opinion on standard of care, correct?
That's right.
And so you're not here to offer an opinion relative to the standard of care of either Dr. Shokar or Nurse McGinnis, correct?
I'm not. A physician or nurse would need to do that.
Of course. We've had those already. So if you don't consider the events of October 7th and October 8th and over sedation, then were they required to give norepinephrine?
I'm not a physician. I can't tell you that.
You could tell me that based upon the impact of norepinephrine on these particular medications if you chose to, couldn't you?
Increase in the blood pressure.
Okay. I want to move ahead to October 13th. Was it appropriate, in your opinion, to increase the Precedex to 1.4, given the previous events of October 7th and 8th?
Objection. He just opined that he thought
When Grace was started on the Precedex, she was naive and intolerant, but over the course of these days, she becomes more tolerant to the Precedex, so it's less effective at the lower doses and necessary to be given at in the context of my previous testimony. When Grace was started on the Precedex, she was naive and intolerant, but over the course of these days, she becomes tolerant to the Precedex, so it's less effective at the lower doses and necessary to be given at a higher dose. I also understand, based on my lay knowledge, that her medical condition is changing.
When you use the term naive, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury understand, is that a term of art in your corner of the world?
I'm not sure how you define art, but it's a term that we use in pharmacology and toxicology. Physicians will use it as well.
So it doesn't mean that a person is like naive, like,
Oh, no.
it means based upon their physiologic condition, the ability of the drug to impact that particular person?
That's right. We're not talking about
No.
naivete. No, we're talking about the body's ability to respond or the body's response to a substance like dexmedetomidine.
Okay. So what you're saying is that initially Grace was naive, but later was able to tolerate the medication to such a degree that they needed to increase it to that level?
Because those starting doses will not be as effective later on. So
Right.
So you need to increase the dose to achieve a clinical effect, but also you have to consider the patient's status. I'm not here to testify on her health status, but that's also a consideration. Is it clinically necessary?
Specifically with respect to the Precedex, it was increased to 1.4. You don't have an opinion on whether Dr. Schara increased to 1.4 or any other doctor, it's appropriate to prescribe it again at 1.4?
That's a standard of practice question.
Okay, that's fine. We don't want you to testify outside of your area. Don't have an opinion about the standard of practice.
No, I'm not a standard of practice expert.
Right. Okay. Do you know what RAS score means?
I've heard of it, but no,
RASS?
no, I don't use it.
Okay. Would you agree with the following statement? Lorazepam and morphine are both central nervous system depressants that could affect vital signs like heart rate, blood pressure, and respiratory rate. So when administered singly or in combination, the healthcare provider should monitor the patient's vital signs.
Yes,
You would agree that Precedex is a traditional central nervous system, correct?
it is.
It's also used to cause sedation, correct?
Yes.
Did you find, based upon your review of the medical record, that there was an indication that Grace Schara was in pain prior? You would agree that it's very difficult to measure synergistic effect in a patient, correct?
It's simply not possible.
It's just not possible. And why is that?
Well, we can't experiment and give people various doses and then see what the effect might be, if it's additive or synergistic.
Right.
We also don't have tools or measures to assess if something is synergistic besides vital signs.
Yeah.
So we have to be careful about the loose use of the term synergism. And the reason why, really, I think we spoke about this in my deposition, is that it can be misleading.
Right.
We don't want to mislead the jury.
We don't want to mislead the jury. Everyone metabolizes drugs in different ways, correct?
We do. Some drugs are more variable than other drugs, but
Right.
yes, we have different genetics, so we have different metabolic profiles.
Right. And we'd have to rely on signs and symptoms of the individual patient in order to understand how that particular patient is able to metabolize drugs, either singly or in combination, correct?
Yes, it's the effect that I was referring to before.
Right. So Grace was unconscious on the 13th when she was given that massive dose of Precedex. I know you don't consider it a massive dose, but she was unconscious at the time, so therefore she didn't have any pain, and she certainly didn't have anxiety, correct?
Correct.
If I could just have a minute, Judge, I may be, I know I'm very close to finished.
Okay.
You would agree with me, would you not, that these drugs are indicated for the treatment of COVID?
Direct, yeah.
COVID.
Yeah, directly, no, they're not.
Right.
They're not treating COVID.
And you would agree that the risk of another over sedation event never went away after 10/8, October 8th, correct?
Correct. That's why she's you and being monitored.
And on October 13th at around 6 p.m., since you looked at the vital signs and read the medical record, was it appropriate to continue Precedex at a rate of 1.4 when they couldn't even locate a pulse?
That's best practices.
Best practices outside your area.
Yes.
Okay. You're not stating here that the side effects of a drug or a combination of drugs. And if there were listed exceptions to the typical administration of particular drugs, whether those are found in a package insert or in the would you then realize that the patient is in fact one of the exceptions listed in the package insert? That your child had suffered an allergic reaction to aspirin, would you give a second or third dose, even though the package states that the risk of an adverse reaction to aspirin is only 3%?
I don't have an answer to that. I'm not a physician.
Okay. If you learn that your child had suffered an allergic reaction to aspirin, would you give a second or third dose, even though the package insert states that the risk of an adverse reaction to aspirin is only 3%?
No.
What do you think?
Soon as Mr. Administrator finishes his questions, we'll take an afternoon break.
Outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. I think it was 303 or 73. Okay.
On it a little bit. Correct.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Administrator.
As the title indicates, this is Grace's last day on October 13th, 2021. And what the graph indicates here is the administration of these various drugs. And the drugs are P for Precedex, L for lorazepam, M for morphine. Those are the drugs that were administered to her on that fateful day. And if we're looking at the far left side, you can see we've got midnight 0.8 Precedex. Right. And can you tell us what appears to be the administration at 6:02 a.m.? 0.9. So that's an increase in the Precedex. And I believe you testified for Mr. Frankowiak that that was a moderate increase, or how did you label that? Very small? Nominal, okay. And then at 7 a.m., less than an hour later, the Precedex increased to 1.0. Right? Okay. And once again, would you consider that to be a nominal increase?
Nominal increase of 1.9, less nominal.
Less nominal, if you look at the starting point. Okay. I would suspect that you would say the same thing about the dosages that are given her at both 7:30 a.m. and 7:54 a.m. Less nominal than when compared to 0.8 at midnight.
Yes.
Right. Because now we're almost twice the dosage that was given at midnight in less than 12. Right. Right. I understand. 1.6 would be twice if my math is correct. When you get to 1.4 at 10:48 a.m., you're almost twice, correct? Almost. And then you can see that at 11:25 a.m., that's our dosage of the lorazepam. And as I understand, lorazepam at 11:25 a.m., that's our dosage of the lorazepam. And as I understand lorazepam, it's another name for Ativan, or it is a anti-anxiety medication, correct?
Yeah.
What is it in the medical record that would lead you to believe that she was suffering from anxiety at that time? You don't recall?
You can let them do that at the break. Would you like an opportunity to go back and look at it?
I'll leave it to Mr. Frankowiak. I'm sure you recognized it in the record. She was indicated to be somnolent in the afternoon hours of October 13th. Did you notice that? And based upon that somnolence, why would we be giving lorazepam? I see. And isn't the half-life of lorazepam 10 to 20 hours? Okay. In terms of the half-life. Do you deal with half-life in your practice as a toxicologist? Sure. And so how would you define half-life? So basically what that means is that assuming she had that physiologically she would metabolize the drug in such a way that the half-life would be on the higher end. What that means is that that drug could be in her system for up to 20 hours. Completely eliminate, right, right. 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 Okay, you could have a seat, doctor. Thank you. Yeah. Do you recall noting in the medical record that Grace had no blood pressure at 6:09 p.m. on the 13th?
I don't know the exact time, but when she passed, she had no blood pressure.
Well, of course, she had no blood pressure when she passed. My question is, prior to that, if I said to you, I can represent the record in the case there was no blood pressure because there was an attempt to place an arterial line. Did you see that?
Yes.
Right. And right.
You need to find the vessel and insert the needle. Yes. It's helpful when you have blood pressure.
It's certainly helpful to have blood pressure because if you think about it as a hose, that means, the hose is completely filled up, water's flowing through at a high pressure, right?
Yes.
Versus the venous side where it's returning and it's not at high pressure. If the water is shut off and the hose just lays, it's going to be very difficult to get anything out of it. Fair enough.
Yes.
So why would they give morphine 6 minutes after they recognized she had no blood pressure?
Ask them. You have to ask the physician.
Okay.
Sorry.
Fair enough. Thank you. I don't think I have anything questions.
All right, so we'll do redirect after the break. So at this time, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon break. We'll get you back in here whenever you're ready, which I understand will be about 20 minutes. You may step down, doctor, and you want to just be back here in 20 minutes? Okay, thank you. The jury is excused. All right, everyone may be seated. This is the hearing outside the presence of the jury. There were exhibits 301, 302, 443, and 444, which are new exhibits, I think. Any objection of those being received? Okay, so those will be received. Are we going to have that witness review the medical record? I didn't know. Attorney Frankowiak.
Yeah, it's kind of up to Mr. Franconia.
Then you're breath, and I don't care if you do or not. Anything else before we take our break? Okay, who are you gonna, I imagine we'll get to the next witness, sometime after we come back. And you wanted him to do, or you said you'd leave it to Attorney Frankowiak?
Yeah, it's kind of up to Mr. Franconia.
Then you're rested, that's good, and I don't care if you do or not. Anything else before we take our break?
No, Judge.
Okay, who are you gonna, I imagine we'll get to the next witness, sometime after we come back, so who's the next one?
The next witness should be here. I believe it's going to be Nurse Emily Fisher. I'm going to make sure she's here and just let her know when we're going to be doing. And then I should have another witness lined up too, just in case we get that far. I don't know if we are.
Your
Okay.
Honor, I just want to point out, we were expecting that this barcode.
I have down, the order that he told me last night was Dr. Goldberger, Emily Fisher,
It's very similar and certified in some specialty of medicine, like certified in or board certified in PDS. I've been board certified. Yes, I've been board certified for 25 or 30 years. Significant of those findings. Also did that to some limited degree in driving while impaired cases where someone might
connection to any particular hospital?
Public defenders, criminal defense attorneys. I've worked with a wide range of legal professionals.
Okay. Dr.
or you titrate to a desired
dosing parameters were for this particular order of Precedex or dexmedetomidine.
Members of the jury, we're gonna just go until approximately 4 o'clock or maybe a couple minutes after, an hour and a half or so. But right now, we're back to you, Attorney Frankowiak, with the direct of this witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, doctor. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I just have a couple of just follow-up things for you. I won't take too long. Doctor, you were asked some questions about the fact that you've been privileged to give testimony like 900 times or so. My understanding is that many of those were, for example, I think you said as state's witnesses for on behalf of the state in criminal matters.
in trial, about 430 times, mostly for the state in criminal matters.
Okay, okay. And it sounds like your expertise has been pretty in demand over the course of your career.
Think so. It's over the course of 30 years.
Okay. You were also, I guess, asked a few things about the medical records that you looked at in terms of what medical records you were provided. Were you able to come to your opinions? A couple of things real briefly. Matt, could we put number 25, exhibit number 25 up on the screen, page 882? To what the dosing parameters were for this particular order of Precedex or dexmedetomidine.
I'd have to look at.
Okay, doctor, you were asked some questions about you could point to certain points in the medical record in which there was some evidence that Grace was showing agitation. Do you remember being asked some questions about that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in fact, just to be concise about it, it looks like we're looking at one of the pages of the dexmedetomidine administration record, and we're actually looking now at the period of time on the morning of the 13th, and at 0700 and 0730 and 0754. These were the points in time when we went over on that little chart of where you were standing up at
the record. But
right from I think from we can see it went from 0.9 to 1 point.
Physician would instruct a nurse.
Yes. Okay. So if indeed the clinician, who would be Ms. McGinnis or Nurse McGinnis in this case, is noting that this particular patient needs to be in a prone position and needs this titrated medication to achieve that goal, that would that this particular patient needs to be in a prone position and needs this titrated medication to that goal, that would be the purpose of a titratable medication, as I understand your testimony.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and again, when we look down at 0754 hours, once again, it looks like it says the titration from 1.1 to 1.2, there's yet another helpful note. Increase to help prone patient rolling onto back and desats, which would be short for desaturation. Once again, that would appear to be another clinical indication for why the clinician, in this case, Nurse McGinnis, is doing that titration. Fair to state? Okay, and these are the type of things that you record to give you some idea that there was indeed some clinical evidence of agitation that was being treated by these clinicians.
Yes, that appears so.
Okay, this was not just an arbitrary thing that was being done for no particular reason.
Yes, of course.
And is this one of the things that goes into when you talk about the what did you call it? The background or the
context?
The context. These are the things that when you're considering the context as an expert in forensic toxicology, are these the kind of things we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Matt, if you could put up exhibit 26 as well. Okay. Doctor, we put up exhibit number 26, and this is the lorazepam administration record. And now, once again, you said we were focusing mostly on the 1746 and the 1749 administrations, because the one earlier that day at 11:25 would likely already have been fully metabolized by that point. True?
Maybe not fully metabolized, but no longer effective.
No longer effective. Okay, so we can remove that 11:25 one from the consideration. We're only considering the 0.5 milligrams at 1746 and 1749.
Yes.
Okay, and looks like there's once again a really nice helpful note by Nurse McGinnis there that gives the reason why she's given that second dose of lorazepam there. And it says RR, or respiratory rate of 55, given for work of breathing, rule PRNQ 6 hours. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, told me that, again, a normal respiratory rate's gonna be below 20, more than likely. Okay, so when we're at 55, we're talking a respiratory rate that's roughly 3 times normal?
Close, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to picture what that looks like, but it looks probably something like
The witness already stated he doesn't make clinical assessments. This calls for an examination of whether or not there was a clinical assessment and whether it was appropriate.
Agreed. Sustained.
Doctor, is that respiratory rate 55 problematic?
Yes.
Okay. And the note there indicates that
Move to strike, same issue. Use of the term problematic.
Honor, he has testified as to what a normal heart rate is several times, at least a couple times, I think, with no objection.
Where we're talking about respiration.
Yeah, so the objection is going to be overruled. But I think the jury can give it whatever weight you believe, given what his testimony's already been.
And in terms of your knowledge of the toxicology of this particular medication, it is an agent that can be given to slow breathing?
Yes.
Okay. And is this, once again, is this a sign of that background or context that you're for in order to determine fully whether there's a potential for or a likely evidence of an overdose?
Yes, and appropriateness of the drug.
Is a respiratory and work of breathing of that level a sign of agitation?
It can be.
Okay. That's all I have for you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Guzzi? May you administer?
Judge, along these same lines, as Mr. Frankowiak pointed out, to give context, I think it was the term that he used. if we go back to Exhibit 25, and we had testimony from Nurse Haynes, Samuel Haynes, who wrote these entries on 10/7. And I'd like to point out here that the entry made on 10/7 at 22:20, which was only 20 minutes after the initial rate changed to 1 on the Precedex now in the medication administration record. And the jury's seen this several times. Nurse Haynes stated in
of Precedex first to a level of 0.8 and then to 9 on the morning of October 8th constituted an overdose of that medication.
No, and my answer's the same as before, maybe 10 minutes ago, when you asked me a similar question when the drug was first administered. When we look at an overdose, we want to see the administration of a drug and then some sort of adverse effect. So maybe the patient becomes somnolent or sleepy, or maybe we see a decrease in oxygenation, heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate. We didn't see any of that. I don't see any of that in the record.
Okay.
So I think that's a false allegation that that was an overdose.
And doctor, when we use a medication like this, a titratable medication, is it something that is watched and I guess measured or considered by the clinicians who are following the patient?
Yes, both by the nurse and the nurse reporting to the physician and the physician during his or her rounds. So yes, a patient in the ICU would be attached to telemetry, and there would be lots of data collected, including all these really important vital signs that I mentioned before.
Okay. And these, if there is, say, blood pressure decreasing or heart rate decreasing, are there agents that can be applied routinely in order to address those while at the same time obtaining the beneficial effect of the medication?
There are medications like atropine or epi to counteract maybe some of the subtle changes in the physiology. Not quite my area because I don't treat patients, as you know, but there are medications that can be administered, pressors, for example, to increase blood pressure.
And in your experience, are those medications sometimes used in conjunction with a medication, an anti-anxiety medication like Precedex, in order to help keep a balance while still obtaining the therapeutic effects of the Precedex?
Yes, I think the important term here is the balance, the physiological balance that's necessary.
Okay. And is that unusual for that to happen in a case with a titratable medication and anti-anxiety medication like Precedex?
No, I've seen it before in medical records.
With these types of medications?
I don't believe so.
Okay. The use of medications like that, would that necessarily connote to you that an overdose of some sort had occurred?
No.
Okay. When we're looking at, I guess I want to make sure I'm understanding, because on the very first date, the nurse who titrated down from 1.0 to 0.7 left it at 0.7. But now we're at 0.8 and 0.9. Those are higher numbers. Does that not mean that that's necessarily an overdose? It's now at a higher number than it was originally.
No, it's not indicative of an overdose. These are subtle changes in the amount of drug that is administered.
Okay. A little bit about something called a package insert. Are you familiar with what a package insert is?
I'm very familiar.
What, if you could explain for the jury, what is a package insert and what purpose does it serve?
Package insert is something that is packaged with the medication. It's sort of like a layman's SOP for that medication. Of course, physicians should be aware of what's in the package insert. Some familiar with the old PDR, physician's desk reference, which was made up of package inserts, thousands of them. It's no longer available, only online. So the package insert is just a brief introduction, typically 10, 20 pages long, that provides basic pharmacologic, toxicologic, dosing, metabolism information, and others about the medication.
In your experience, doctor, is the use of a medication like Precedex in a clinical setting typically strictly limited to what is set forth in the package insert for that medication?
No, never. And that's true for any package insert. Package inserts are guidance, but it's not obligatory to fall within the criterion of a package insert.
Okay. For example, doctor, there was a document that was marked earlier in the case. It was the package insert for Precedex. And it indicates, for example, that Precedex is typically a
Exhibit number 544 are the questions from juror 386, 585. I'm sorry, exhibit 545 are the questions from juror 262, and exhibit 546 are the questions from juror 587. The questions are the following. Looks like we have one more. I'll wait for that last one. And the question, Judy, we should start with the person who called the witness. Just, yeah, that's all right. Exhibit number 547 are the questions from juror number 1026. Not tolerate morphine resulted in cardiac arrest.
situation.
Can you ask that again? I'm
Certainly.
sorry.
If you
Through the continuing education. That's my best answer.
Okay, and would that be available to lay?
Sure, but likely not utilized by a layperson.
Okay, so the question is the following. There's kind of a prelude before it. So far, the jurors have learned about 3 drugs, Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine, and you're familiar with those.
Yes,
And you mentioned that these are compatible.
yes.
What about the drugs Grace was given to treat her COVID symptoms? Is there anything that would be incompatible with the 3 drugs that were administered, Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine?
That's not my area of expertise. I'm not a disease expert.
Okay, and are you able to provide an opinion regarding the toxicology of any of those COVID medications with the 3 medications that we've referenced?
No.
Okay, that's outside your expertise?
Yes.
This one starts with, help us understand. Number 1, what are the physical details or actions of a patient to warrant being prescribed Precedex, if you know?
They mentioned this earlier, but the indications would be sedation in an ICU and a pain and anxiety.
What physical details or actions or non-actions of a patient to dial down a drug like Precedex or to stop it?
If, for example, in this case, the vital signs indicate an adjustment of the dosage, then the dosage should be changed, dialed down.
Okay, and I think they're asking for physical details or actions or non-actions.
Physical details would be decrease in blood pressure, change in the oxygen saturation, decrease in heart rate and blood pressure. Those are details.
And would that be the same if it was to dial down or to stop it?
Yes.
The next question is, please re-explain the meaning of overdose versus oversedation.
Of lorazepam.
Okay, and then how about the free?
A definition of overdose, and a definition of overdose is the occurrence of ill effects that are life-threatening. It could be non-fatal or fatal. I don't consider the oversedation in this matter to be an overdose.
I think the question is, can you explain the difference, the meaning? How are they different?
And the
So
way
in this case, you're talking on October 7th, it was an oversedation, not an overdose.
Yes.
And can you explain what that means?
I'm looking at something that is potentially life-threatening, something that's very serious. And that's the best way I can differentiate overdose from oversedation.
The next question is, why would lorazepam be administered if a patient is taking Precedex?
Sometimes one drug is not enough and other drugs need to be given in combination with. Antidepressants are an example as well, where you might need more than one agent to combat the issue.
Okay, and in the example of the lorazepam and Precedex, would lorazepam be administered if a person's already taken Precedex? You can just stick specific to those.
The Precedex was not effective at that time, so there needed to be some supplementation of the drug regimen, needed to be changed.
And then right next to that, it says, what physical or visual signs are there of that?
I think the agitation, Grace, best I can tell from the records, she was moving a lot, which complicated her treatment at the time.
When are you referring to that?
That was on the 13th.
how would one demonstrate the need for morphine or exhibit pain to warrant receiving a dose?
I think in this matter, morphine was given as a sedative, not to treat pain. Obviously, to treat pain, but it could also be a sedative
And by sedative, what do you mean?
to help someone relax, affecting by a positive way.
Would you know how someone builds tolerance to something like Precedex?
Pharmacologically, the repeated administration of a drug leads to tolerance. Not all drugs, but drugs that acting in the central nervous system, for example, do. And Grace was
Doctor. One of the questions that you just answered asked you whether or not there might be it might be possible or how a patient may not tolerate morphine leading to a cardiac arrest. I believe you said it's a possibility. How about a 2 milligram dose of morphine, a small dose like that? Is that likely to lead to cardiac arrest?
it is not.
Okay.
Dose is important.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. Dose is important as the medication. We can't really assess the appropriateness or the medication or the effect of the medication unless we know the dose. Okay, the smaller the dose, the less likely an adverse effect is going to happen.
The likelihood of an adverse effect with 2 milligrams of morphine is nearly nil.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Attorney Guzzi? Attorney Administrator?
Judge, I've just got a couple. Starting with, you indicated relative to the definition of overdose, that you had given me a definition that was
Expect to see an overdose, for example, in a case that you consulted upon with the forensic toxicology lab, you would not expect to see an overdose from a patient.
So, correct.
And before she passed, her blood pressure dropped to the floor, right?
It had.
you don't know what COVID medications she was on, either in the hospital or prior, do you?
I do not.
And you would agree with me that there's really no need to assist a person who's unconscious with with relaxation, correct?
A patient who is somnolent or asleep can still be anxious, or they could still be breathing at a rapid rate. So there's still necessary measures, therapeutic measures necessary.
Understood. Okay. I don't have anything further.
Krakowiak, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the jurors for this witness? Okay, thanks for your testimony. You are free to step down and you're free to leave. The defense's next witness.
Defense would call Emily Fisher.
Okay.
I'll go get her. I think she's out there.
Lorazepam and morphine be utilized
If you just want to come on up to the witness stand, and when you get there, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand, the clerk is going to swear you in.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Spell your name for the record.
Emily Fisher, Emiliyfisher.
Right, your witness.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Fisher. This is your first time testifying in trial?
Yes,
Okay, you're understandably probably a little nervous, right?
yes,
Okay. Don't worry about it. I'll just ask you some questions here and we'll go from there, okay? Ms. Fisher, are you currently employed?
yes.
Okay. And by whom are you currently employed?
St. Elizabeth Hospital,
What's your present job title?
a registered nurse.
Okay. Were you employed in October of 2021?
Yes,
Okay. And by whom were you employed in October 2021?
St. Elizabeth Hospital,
What was your job title then?
registered nurse.
Okay. Now, in October of 2021, did you work full-time as a registered nurse?
Yes,
Okay. In what area of the hospital did you work in October of 2021?
in the ICU.
Okay. In October of 2021, did you work any specific shifts in the ICU?
I work night shift.
Okay. Can you just briefly jury just a little bit about your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from UW Oshkosh in nursing.
Okay. What did that take? Like, how many years of education did that take to get that degree? In October of 2021?
Yes,
Okay. Were you required to pass any type of test or examination in order to obtain your license as a registered nurse?
yeah, I passed the licensing exam called the NCLEX.
Okay. In order to you complete your education, and you have
Obviously, and the drugs reach the brain very, very quickly where their site of action is. So you would expect there to be some sort of adverse
go along?
Yes.
Okay. Since becoming an ICU nurse at St. Elizabeth Hospital yourself, have you precepted any other nurses or served as kind of the trainer, as you've described?
Yeah, a few times.
Okay. So after you went through this training process, you were allowed to practice as an ICU nurse yourself.
Yes.
And then you were allowed to go ahead and train new younger nurses as they came along in the role and how to practice in the ICU.
Yes.
Okay. By October of 2021, I guess going back to the fact that you started in 2019, had you been a trained ICU nurse in the ICU at St. Elizabeth for approximately 2 years? Okay. As an ICU nurse in October of 2021, did you have any familiarity with the COVID-19 virus?
Yes.
How? What kind of experience did you have in the ICU with COVID-19?
Experience taking care of patients with COVID-19 in the ICU for a while at that point.
Okay. By October of 2021, can you characterize for the jury your level of experience with treating COVID patients in an ICU setting since the beginning of the pandemic back in approximately March of 2020?
Yeah, I'd been taking care of them frequently throughout that whole period in the ICU.
Okay. Of course, with the Precedex running, that doesn't change your opinion either. The fact that Precedex was also being administered?
It does not change my opinion.
Patient in the ICU in 2021, would you periodically enter like a narrative nursing note in the records?
Yes.
Okay. And what would be the purpose of entering a narrative nursing note in the records?
Just to add information to my documentation and leave a record to help communicate with other people who might be reviewing the chart later and other shifts of nurses and doctors.
Okay. So you obviously can't be in the hospital at all times, 24 hours a day, and another shift has to take over for you.
Correct.
Okay. So your nursing notes helps other shifts to be able to understand kind of what you were experiencing or what the patient was experiencing.
Correct.
Okay. The same goes for you. You were able to look at other nurses' notes to kind of get an idea for what's going on or what happened on the shift, say before yours. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. I placed on your on the left there document that's been marked as Exhibit 374. Please feel free to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that document. Okay. What is that document?
It's a printout of notes that I made those days.
Okay. Are these notes that would have been made in Grace Schara's medical chart at St. Elizabeth during the shifts when you cared for her?
Yes.
Okay. Would this document accurately reflect the content of the narrative notes that you entered in Grace's medical chart?
Yes.
And the rate of respiration is 36.
True?
Yes.
Okay. If we wanted to know the exact date and time when those entries were made, can we tell that from this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish the document, if I could.
You may.
Okay. Matt, could you put 374 up, starting on page 81?
Milligrams of morphine. And the rate of respiration is 36.
Okay. Feel free to reference the document in front of you as we go. We put it up on the screen so that we can follow along with you as well, but it's the same document up on the screen that you're looking at up there on the witness stand. Your first entry in Grace's document was made at 11:55 p.m. or thereabouts on the evening of October 8th. True?
Yes.
Okay. That would be, by my calculation, just a few minutes before midnight on the first overnight shift in which you cared for Grace?
Yes.
Okay. This note indicates that, at least in relevant part, that an update was given to Dr. Beck regarding patient status and elevated blood pressure due to agitation. True?
Yes.
Okay. When you use the word agitation, what do you mean?
In this context, agitation means when a patient is very anxious and restless.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, is it common for ICU patients suffering, for example, from COVID to experience agitation in an ICU setting?
Yes, it's very common.
Okay. Do you have an understanding based upon your experience as to why a COVID ICU patient might experience agitation in the ICU?
Often they're feeling very short of breath, difficulty breathing, and that make them feel very anxious.
Okay. So for example, when a patient is having difficulty, it's almost as if they're not getting enough air, and that can make you kind of hyperventilate and anxious in that regard?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something you see frequently with a COVID patient in the ICU? Okay. Some COVID patients, for example, require some sort of supplemental oxygen by way of a mask or a bot machine. True?
Yes.
That mask sometimes be uncomfortable or difficult to wear?
Yes, because it has a lot of pressure, and so it can be uncomfortable and make people feel very anxious.
That was going to be my question. In your experience, do some patients, particularly COVID patients who are having difficulty breathing or who need supplemental oxygen, do they get anxious just because they have to wear this tight mask?
Yes.
Okay. In October of 2021, were there any medications that were frequently or routinely used in an ICU setting to help patients manage this type of agitation?
Yeah, we used medications to help with anxiety. In the ICU, we often used Precedex to help with anxiety.
Okay, so these vital signs we're seeing here are not consistent with what you would expect to see for a fatal overdose. Okay. Can you just briefly explain what it means to be titratable medication? What does that mean to you?
It means that the doctor orders a medication and it has certain parameters for how we can decrease the dose based on how the patient is doing.
Now, once an order for Precedex has been entered into the record by a physician, and until that order is discontinued, can you as an ICU nurse titrate that Precedex up or down within the physician's titration parameters without the need to obtain a formal order from the?
Yes.
Okay. In October of 2021, were you familiar with a medication known as lorazepam? In your experience as an ICU nurse in October of 2021, was lorazepam a medication that was frequently used in an ICU setting to manage a patient's agitation?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience as an ICU nurse in October of 2021, was lorazepam frequently used in combination with the medication Precedex in managing a patient's agitation?
Yes.
Okay. That was something that you had experienced or seen yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it important to manage a patient's agitation in an ICU setting? For example, in a patient who's having trouble breathing or wearing a BiPAP mask?
To help them tolerate the treatment better, and breathe more easily on the mask, and get a better effect from the oxygen and the assistance that it gives them.
Okay. In your experience, the quick succession to the point in time when the medication is administered?
Yes.
Okay, again, 5 minutes?
That's
On this particular document at 6:04, no, it's at 23:37. There it is. Do you see that?
Yes.
Oh, wait. I think we skipped a couple of notes there, first of all. Do you have a note at 6:04, first of all? All right. There we go. There we go. Okay. Is your next note at 6:04?
Yes.
Okay. And in that particular document, it looks like you indicate that you had a call with Dr. Beck to update on patient status? Okay. Discussed vitals and BiPAP settings. Did I read that correctly? What are you talking about there? A drug, a 2 milligram dose of morphine in combination with a 0.5 milligram dose or 2.5 milligrams of lorazepam?
Well, often we don't know exactly what the dose is. I've seen these medications used and they're very effective, but these are cases where someone is literally overdosed and their vital signs are not within normal limits.
Mm-hmm.
And without the administration of a reversal agent, they would be deceased.
Okay. That's not 40s. What are you talking about there?
That would be her respiratory rate. So how fast she was breathing.
Okay. Respiratory rate in the 40s, is that higher than normal?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
very high.
Yes, would that be concerning to ICU nurse?
concerning, especially since she was already on the BiPAP with that high of a respiratory rate.
Okay. Go. You mentioned that your C orders for labs and ABG. What's an ABG?
It's lab tests that checks the arterial blood to see like how much oxygen is in the blood and
Okay. It looks like then the next note we have here, now we're at 23:37 hours. Do you see your next note there? Okay, so this would now be about 11:37 on the evening of the 9th. Okay. You write there that Mr. Schara had been in the room since Grace's admission to the hospital. Is that what I'm seeing there?
yes,
Okay. And was Scott Schara in Grace's room during your previous shift, the previous night, caring for Grace?
yes,
Okay. You note in that note that he has repeatedly yelled at nurses on all shifts and tonight has accused nurses of lying about the severity of the patient's status. Did you personally experience this during your shift caring for Grace overnight from October 9th to the 10th?
yes,
Were you working with another nurse at that time?
yes. I was working with a new nurse who was orienting to the unit.
Okay. Her name was Melinda, I think.
Yes,
Okay. And she was one of those individuals that you were kind of teaching or.
And dose administered to Grace were appropriate and would not lead to overdosage and death.
Okay. And are you able to summarize or recap the basis for that opinion, doctor?
That's my summary of my opinions here. That
she was, and the issues with her oxygenation.
Okay. At the beginning of each shift in the ICU in October of 2021, did you receive report from the outgoing nurse?
Yes, always.
Okay. Is that typical on every shift?
Yes,
Was it relayed to you by any of your nursing colleagues or in report prior to the beginning of your shift that Mr. Schara had made similar comments to them?
yes,
Okay. Do patients or visitors to the hospital sometimes have questions for you with regard to the care that the patient is receiving in the ICU?
yes, always.
Okay. When someone has a question for you as an ICU nurse, do you attempt to answer that question to the best of your ability?
Yes,
If you're unable to answer that question, do you try to find someone for the patient who you think might be able to answer that question for them?
yes,
Do you have any problems with a patient or a family member who asks you questions relative to the care that's being rendered in the ICU?
no, it's important for family members to understand what's going on.
Oh, and do you have any problem at all trying to help them understand or answer those questions for them?
No,
Did you attempt to answer any questions for Mr. Schara, the questions that he put to you during your shift on October 9th into the morning of October 10th? Okay. Did you try to explain the interventions you were doing and the cares you were performing whenever he had questions for you that night? You write in your note there that when attempts were made to educate on medications and page stated, and it looks like there's a quotation there, "I'm not going to take any of your guff. You're here to follow my commands," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
Okay. Did you attempt to answer any questions posed to you regarding patients Grace was receiving?
yes,
Is the quotation that's note of October 9th entered at 11:37 carries over to the next page on this exhibit, it looks like. And it looks like you write there, when in room to assess alarms from SpO₂, monitor blood pressure.
to retirement, I moved to Southern Utah. And I work part-time.
Run equipment and of equipment being faulty. Did I read your note correctly there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall specifically to what Mr. Schara's comments here were directed?
The equipment like the IV pumps and the monitors and alarms.
Okay. So there were monitors and an IV were hooked up or they had like alarms attached to them?
Yes.
Okay. And what would they do? Like, would they go off if certain parameters weren't met?
Yes, the vitals monitors would go off if, you know, heart rate was too high or too low, or same with the other vitals. And then the IV pumps would have alarms that would go off if there was something wrong with the IV pump that needed to be addressed.
Okay. When an alarm goes off, is that something generally you would address? You would hear the alarm and you would address it?
Yeah.
Did you attempt to answer any questions that Mr. Schara posed to you and explain the cares that were being rendered to Grace prior to authoring this note?
Yes.
You write that Mr. Schara demanded that, let me get the exact wording there, that all monitor alarms and IVs be completely turned off and SpO₂ device be removed from the patient. Did I accurately state what you wrote there?
Yes.
Okay. When we talk about monitor alarms and IV alarms, is that what we were just talking about? They go off when the parameters aren't met?
Yes.
Okay. What's the function of these alarms in an ICU setting?
To notify the nurses if there's a change in the patient status that we need to address when we're in the room and when we're not in the room.
Are you able to be at a patient's bedside at all times, 24 hours a day?
No.
Okay. Or even if you have a 12-hour shift, at every minute of that 12-hour shift?
No.
Okay. Do alarms help to notify you of any potentially concerning developments in the patient's clinical condition?
Yes.
In your experience as a nurse, would it be safe for a patient for all IV alarms to be completely turned off?
Be very unsafe in an ICU to turn alarms off.
Why would that be?
We wouldn't be able to monitor the patient in real time. And things can change really quickly with sick patients.
As I understand it, as a layperson in an ICU, the reason someone is in an ICU is generally because they're fairly sick. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. And those particular people need to be monitored closely?
Yes, very closely.
Okay. You mentioned an SpO₂ device. What is an SpO₂ device?
That's a sensor that measures oxygenation.
Does this alarm like beep or make a sound or something like that?
It makes a sound. It's like a beeping.
Okay. You write in your note as well, further attempted to provide education and explanations about the alarms and function of equipment in room. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Did you attempt to respond to Mr. Schara's concerns that were put to you during this shift?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you explained to Mr. Schara in that regard?
To him that I need the alarms on the patient so that I can monitor.
Okay. If you recall, did he respond or how did he respond to you? If you can recall 4 years later.
I wrote down that he refused attempts to provide education. So otherwise, I don't remember the specifics.
Okay, I see you. You do right there. The last line of that note was all attempts to provide education refused. Do you recall what you meant by that? Like in terms of, I would assume that you would not be able to agree to turn off all of the alarms.
No, that would be very unsafe.
Okay. Your next note, it looked timed at 6:05 in the morning or 06:05 hour.
Now, you've indicated to this jury, despite the fact you don't make clinical assessments,
It looks like Mr. Schara was interfering with pump alarms.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little earlier, kind of a pump alarm is one of those IV pumps for a medication or something that's infusing into the patient.
I just want to make sure we know what exhibit we're on and what the bait stamp number. I just can't see it from here. It must be my old eyes, but I'd like to at least see the number of the document. Oh, it's all included in exhibit 374. Okay. A2, got it. Thanks.
Okay.
If you need to see, especially you, Mr. Guzzi.
What are you suggesting, Your Honor?
Don't get too close to the jury and just respect the other counsel's table.
I only wear them when I'm.
Question?
I don't remember the
Okay.
question.
Sorry, Mr. Mikowiak.
Sure, I think we were talking about pump alarms.
Okay.
And do you recall what specific pump alarms you might have been
Yes.
right? And she was, words, over sedated.
alarms you might have been referencing here?
The pumps will alarm for a few different reasons, like if kinked or sometimes if their arm is bent, or if a new bag is needed, things like that.
You would try to address as a nurse if you heard the alarm go off.
Yeah,
Okay. And obviously in some of these alarms or some of the things that could happen with an IV alarm would mean that a medication or a saline or whatever is being administered to the patient might not be infusing if there's something wrong with the pump.
correct.
And would that be concerning to you as an ICU nurse if in fact a medication or something that was infusing was not infusing because there was something wrong with the line or the pump?
Yes, that would be concerning.
Okay. Did you directly witness Mr. Schara attempting to interfere with these alarms? Okay, and you were able to tell that by looking at the machine or the alarm itself?
Yes.
Okay. When an alarm is paused or silenced, is it out of commission or does it not sound for a period of time?
Yeah, it delays the sound for a few minutes.
Fact, okay. But still, it fits within the.
Of minutes in an ICU, I would imagine, according to your experience.
Yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to explain to Mr. Schara the function and importance of these types of alarms?
Yes.
Did he continue to demand that all of these alarms be turned off?
Yes.
Well, she just testified they weren't being turned off, they were being paused. And these particular alarms were not turned off. She simply said, I put it down when she said it. Delays sound and paused.
Not argue. So you can cross-examine her on that. So
Right.
the objection's overruled.
Okay. And let me clarify that when you say paused or stopped, did you attempt to educate him on the importance of these alarms?
Yes.
Okay. Did he continue to demand that?
0.7 because she was suffering from low blood pressure, ARDS, or acute respiratory distress syndrome, which had resolved following the turn down of.
You also request Dr. Beck and unit supervisor come to speak with him. Did you write that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you honor that request to notify Dr. Beck and the unit supervisor of that request?
Yes.
In fact, you state in that note there, it looks like message sent to Dr. Beck and Rachel to notify of request and update on concerns about parent interference with care. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Who is Rachel?
She was the unit supervisor at the time.
Okay, so you sent a message to both Dr. Beck and to Rachel to notify them, each of them about this request.
Yes.
Okay. Your next note, it looks like, was offered about 9 minutes later at about 6:14 in the morning. Do you see that? Okay. You write there that you had a phone call with Dr. Beck, it looks like. Okay. Would you have written this note after having that phone call with Dr. Beck?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Beck had indicated to you in that phone call that he would talk with the patient or the parent and hear concerns?
Yes.
Okay. And you explained to Dr. Beck his concerns about alarms beeping and interventions taken to fix them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what interventions were taking to fix alarms?
Probably adjusting the IV, making sure it was running right.
Okay. Did you have any further contact with Dr. Beck that morning about Mr. Schara?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Have we now gone over your narrative nursing notes for the 2 shifts between October 8th and the 10th in which you cared for Grace?
Yes.
If you recall, when did your shift on the morning of October?
Diagnoses, just for context.
In the morning.
And is that pretty typical to be done around? With Dr. Beck that morning about Mr. Schara?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Have we now gone over your narrative nursing notes for the 2 shifts between October 8th and the 10th in which you cared for Grace?
Yes.
If you recall, when did your shift on the morning of October 10th end?
I'm usually done around 7 in the morning.
And is that pretty typical to be done around that time? When you would do overnight shifts, would those be 12-hour shifts?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd be roughly from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. would be your typical shift at that time?
Yes.
Did you then give report to the oncoming nurse at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with a nurse by the name of Allison Barkholtz?
Yes.
Okay. Who was Allison Barkholtz?
Is that a term of art in your corner of the world?
In charge. I don't know how to explain it. Like she's the kind of organizing things and setting schedules and
Okay, so she's basically in charge of, kind of directing things, assigning people to patients, things like
Yes.
that? Okay. Did you talk to Nurse Barkholtz on the morning of October 10th about your care of Grace Schara over the course of your overnight shift?
yes.
Yeah. Why did you talk to Ms. Barkholtz at the end of your shift that morning?
It's pretty routine to give updates to the charge nurse.
Okay. So in addition to giving updates to the oncoming nurse who's going to be taking over for your patient, you would also give an update to the charge nurse?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. Do you recall what you communicated to Ms. Barkholtz at that time?
Just concerns about the situations that I documented overnight and I think that's it.
Okay. Did you indicate to her, for example, your concerns about the request to turn off alarms in Grace's room?
Is that a of art in your corner of the world?
Ask or recommend to Ms. Barcoats on the morning of October 10th that she request that Mr. Schara leave the building?
No,
Did you bear any ill will toward Mr. Schara at the end of your shift that morning?
no,
Okay. Were you concerned for the care of your patient, Grace?
yes,
And Grace was your patient that day.
Grace was my patient.
Okay. Do you recall encountering any issues with Grace or her care over the course of that shift, the overnight shift from the 9th to the 10th?
Nothing other than what's documented in the notes.
Okay. One last thing I wanted to
respond, or the body's response to a substance. Like
on a face-to-face basis in Grace's room that morning of October 10th.
Yes,
Were you able to personally observe Mr. Schara face-to-face that morning? And did Mr. Schara appear ill to you that morning?
yes.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall observing that led you to the conclusion that Mr. Schara appeared to look ill that morning?
He was coughing a lot, and he was looking very just ill and fatigued.
Okay. Were the symptoms that Mr. Schara was exhibiting on the morning of October 10th, to your personal observation as an ICU nurse, consistent with symptoms that you knew at that time to be consistent with COVID-19?
Yes,
Was Mr. Schara wearing personal protective equipment at any time during your night from October 9th to the 10th?
no,
Were you yourself wearing PPE at all times when in Grace's room?
yes,
Was Nurse Melinda and any other nurse who entered Grace's room during that shift also wearing PPE at all times?
yes.
Why did you wear PPE when working as a nurse in the ICU at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021?
To reduce contracting COVID.
Okay. I would imagine in caring for patients on the ICU, you had a lot of COVID patients, and you would be exposed to those patients when you would go into their room.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware as of the morning of October 10th that Mr. Schara had been present with Grace in her room for a number of days and that he'd been wearing PPE during that time?
yes,
Okay. Were you aware of the morning of October 10th that Grace had been suffering from symptoms related to a diagnosed COVID-19 infection?
yes,
Knowing all this, was it of concern to you that Mr. Schara appeared to be exhibiting objective outward signs and symptoms that were consistent in your experience with COVID-19?
yes,
Were you concerned for Mr. Schara's well-being given the physical symptoms that he was exhibiting that morning?
yes.
Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor.
Who's taking it, Attorney Mendenhall?
Yeah, I'm ready to go, but they're asking for, just take a moment.
You would agree that Precedex is a traditional central.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Thank you. I'm getting more feedback here. You know, it's curious to me listening to your testimony and what Scott did And I guess my question for you is, what does anything that you said have to do with why Grace died? Anything. But that's what we're here for, right?
The questions I was asked had to do with specifics on the monitoring equipment and the medication.
Right, I know, but we're here at trial to figure out why Grace died. Do you have any input on that at all?
No.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Any members of the jury have questions for this witness? Looks like there are two, and we'll start by handing them to Attorney Frankowiak first. Far away from it, done well.
Massive dose of Precedex. I know you don't. Sedation event never went away after
262. Then I will mark as exhibit 550, the questions from juror 587. The questions are the following, Ms. Fisher. On your note from October 10th at 6:05, and you can reference it if you need to, you wrote, begin quote, "At this time, no new concerns about patient status," end of quote.
Yes.
What does that mean?
To me, that means there had been no big changes with the patient and how she personally was doing.
Things just stayed the same?
Things must have stayed the same.
Did nurses at St. Elizabeth receive any special training to treat patients with Down syndrome?
I don't know that there was any specific portion like in our orientation, but within nursing school, we would have learned about that.
Okay, so let's deal sort of with the question first. Did nurses at St. Elizabeth receive any special training to treat patients with Down syndrome? Is your answer no?
Yes.
Yes, meaning no?
Yes. Maybe
Okay.
no.
And during your time at St. Elizabeth, you didn't receive any training for how to deal with patients with Down syndrome?
No,
Is
I
that
don't.
correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you said in nursing school you may have?
Yes.
Okay, and you can tell the jury whatever that is.
What the education would have been?
Sure, as it relates specifically to patients with Down syndrome.
I can't remember the specific part of their curriculum, but it's, that was 8 years ago. but I remember learning about it, and I just don't know which class it would have been in, I guess.
And the question is, just tell them what you learned or what would be specific to them or anything different with them.
Oh, just
Not necessarily the class that you were
sure.
in.
Just how it's a genetic chromosomal difference and kind of how their anatomy and their risks and needs are slightly different than the standard patient.
The next question is, did nurses like yourself at St. Elizabeth receive any special training for COVID-19 or the Delta virus? If yes, what kind?
Additional training on COVID patients?
Yeah, well, it doesn't say additional. It says, did nurses like yourself or others at St. Elizabeth receive any special training for COVID-19 or the Delta virus? If yes, what kind?
I don't remember, but it was all very new at the time, so things were pretty rapidly changing as far as recommendations for how we approach things. So
That's as you can remember.
that's as best as I can answer that.
What direct conversations did you experience with Grace during the 2 shifts that you worked with her?
I don't remember a lot of specific conversations with her. She was on the BiPAP a lot, and she was very sick. So I don't think that she was doing a lot of talking, but I would have been in there,
Correct.
taking care of her.
Categories to that question. Did she seem angry or hateful?
No,
Did she seem to be dying at any time or wanting to die?
no, she was just very, very sick, and she was, fighting COVID. So
Did she seem it says accepting, not to call anybody out, but let me phrase it again. Did she seem accepting, grateful, or happy with your care?
I don't know if that, she was just very sick, so she was really just struggling to tolerate, the BiPAP and the treatments.
Okay. Any other questions from the jurors? Okay, and there are none, and then follow up starting with that last question. The reason I hesitated is because it said accepting EXCEP, which confused me. Accepting, grateful, but I think it was accepting meaning ACC-EPT. I've been getting called out after you guys leave on the way I'm wording it, but that's why I changed it to an ACC, accepting, grateful. Attorney Frankowiak, any questions based on those questions and answers?
Just a couple of questions, just
Okay.
follow-ups on those questions that you were just presented. You were asked a question on, your note that indicated no new concerns. I think you said that just means there was no change. That doesn't mean that she still was not a sick young.
Exactly. She was still a critically sick patient, but to me, that would mean that there hadn't been any new issues that I'd had to make big changes for, like that she was consistently critically ill.
You were also asked a question about whether you received any special or specific training treating patients who may have Down syndrome. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything at all about the fact that Grace had Down syndrome? Her COVID?
No.
You treat all patients the same, whether they're a Down syndrome patient or whether they're not a Down syndrome patient.
Yes.
You were also asked if you had any specific training relative to treating patients with COVID.
Yes.
Did you have any training at the hospital, for example, isolation training, it's like that on how to deal with COVID patients?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had training on using our PPE properly, and I think our general ICU training, like taking care of sick patients with respiratory problems, really was a big factor in COVID.
Okay. Last thing I have for you is, you had mentioned or you were asked a question about whether or not you were able to talk to Grace or she was able to talk to you. I believe you've explained that she was struggling to breathe, so she had this mask on. And I would imagine it's very difficult to talk with that mask on.
Yeah.
You were also an overnight shift nurse, so from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Would it be fair for me to conclude that she was perhaps sleeping for a great part of your shift as well?
Yeah, I would assume that she would have been sleeping for some of it.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you. Yes, a couple of questions. I guess I am curious though, when you came on shift, you said there were no changes, but I'm just wondering what information you had about the overdose earlier in the day and the resuscitation medications. What was it? Norepinephrine, dopamine, and Ativan. Tell us about those medications and why Grace needed to be resuscitated on the 8th, if you know.
I don't actually know anything about that.
Oh, so nobody told you she overdosed?
Not that I'm aware that I remember right now.
I'm sorry, nobody told you that the hospital had almost killed her that day?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Yeah, I'll withdraw that, Your Honor. I'm actually stunned. No one told you that she had to be resuscitated.
Objection, Your Honor.
Because there was an attempt to place an arterial line. Did you see that?
Yes.
Right. And the reason they failed to
Objection, Your Honor. It mischaracterizes the term resuscitation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Details on that.
Okay.
And I didn't write about it in my note, and it was 4 years ago.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate very much your testimony today and you coming down here. But if a patient has just undergone a life-threatening crisis in need of resuscitation, they might be sleepy after that, right?
Not necessarily.
But you said she was sleepy.
I said that often at nighttime, people are trying to sleep.
Yeah. And you would agree.
because there was an attempt to place an arterial line. Did you see that?
Yes.
Right.
I guess at 7 p.m.
I don't remember.
Would you typically remember when one of your patients has experienced, or you've been informed of a patient experiencing a life-threatening event?
Not 4 years later.
The other thing that I want to know, how many patients were you taking care of on your shift at night?
In the ICU, we take care of 2 patients.
2. So do you know you were taking care of 2 that night, or are you just guessing?
I believe I had a second patient, but I don't, that was.
I'll accept
remember.
that. Thank you. I also want to thank you for something else. You've actually set a record. This is the shortest cross-examination I think I've ever done in my life, but thank you very much for coming down here, and you have a good day.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Just 1 or 2. I think you've testified to us before that you're very familiar with a medication called Precedex because you use it all the time.
Yes.
And when you were there caring for Grace overnight from the 8th to the 9th and the 9th to the 10th, you would have had access to the medical administration record so that you could see.
It's going to be very difficult to get anything out of it. Fair enough.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you understand titration to effect. You know what I'm talking when I say titration to effect? What is that, nurse?
To increase the medication to get the effect that you are looking for. And then, but the goal is to keep the medication at the lowest possible dose to get the effect
Okay.
that you need.
So if you had looked at the medical administration record, say at any time during your shift overnight from the 9th to the 10th, and had noticed that nurses earlier that day had titrated the medication to a level that they believed was appropriate to achieve the necessary therapeutic effect, that wouldn't cause any, it wouldn't even cause you to raise an eyebrow, would it?
No.
Because you, unlike anyone else in this room, work with this medication all the time, don't you?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Attorney Guzzi,
Looking further.
any members of the jury have questions for this witness? There are none. Ms. Fisher, you may step down. Thanks for your testimony, and you are free to leave.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna be done for the day. Members of the jury, thanks for another good day, day 7 of the trial. It looks like the evidence part of the trials will hopefully be finished like next Tuesday. I spent a couple minutes talking with the attorneys and just to kind of fill you in. And then once that happens, there's instructions and closing arguments and then deliberation. So I still think like next Friday is a good ending date for you. So that following week, you won't be here. And so that's just an update on where we're at. The plan tomorrow would be that defense will just continue to call witnesses. And I would hope that there'll be 2 or 3 more witnesses done and we'll just keep moving along. A reminder not to do any independent research. Don't look into any issues. All right, you may be seated. This is a hearing on exhibit 374 was introduced with Ms. Fisher. Any objection to
No
receiving?
objections.
Okay, so 374 is received. And then exhibits 543 through 550, with the exception of 548, are juror questions. 548 is a note from the juror asking if I'd let you guys know to just use the 3 terms, their terms. Any objection of those exhibits being received? Okay. Okay.
I guess to be clear, we're using Precedex, lorazepam.
I think those are the 3 that they prefer. And if you read their questions, those are the 3 that they're referring to. So I think it's consistent. I don't know if they talked.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, one of my experts prefers to call it dexamethasone, but I will. So if he slips.
Well, which one is that?
Precedex.
I mean, if you can explain it to the jury that this witness is gonna call it that, so they can, I've been doing P, M, and L on my notes, you know, so I didn't have to print it out every time, and, I don't know what they're doing, but you can see originally in the trial, they weren't spelling it right on their questions. And now they're spelling it right, which means they're following your slides, or the exhibits, but, I only read it to you, because I thought if I were in your chair, I'd want to not confuse the jury. And said it's getting confusing. So I think they're doing it in a way to try to get us to present in a way that is easy for them to understand.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay. I want to just make one correction, and I think I'm good for the day. This morning, we were talking about the battery, and I think I misspoke, so I just want to correct it. It doesn't change any of the stuff that I said. But I had indicated that Mr. Schara testified that he originally consented to medications. When I went back throughout the day today and looked at his testimony, I think it's fair to maybe correct what I said. He testified that he did not consent to lorazepam or Precedex medications on either October 7th or October 8th, that he consented to the restraints. He also mentioned that he wasn't asked about either of those medications. However, when he was cross-examined, exhibit number 360, page 3, third paragraph, the letter that he had written. And in that letter, which he was cross-examined and acknowledged, it wrote, "Once she broke out of the restraints, I gave permission to sedate her for the specific purpose of getting oxygen support." The next sentence had to talk about, like, it lasted 4 hours. So I think that's what I was referencing when I said there was consent for. Because I did make that statement on the record this morning, but Mr. Mendenhall, you wanted to say something?
No, thank you.
It's been a long day for you guys. I know you got to get ready for tomorrow. So is there anything else that we need to do tonight?
No, Your Honor.
You said no, Mr. Guzzi?
Said mercifully no.
Okay, yeah, I want to be respectful for you guys getting ready. So what's the plan for tomorrow? Or have you already given the names to the other side, defense?
If you don't mind, just sure.
Sure.
The first witness is going to be Dr. Aaron Binstock. He's a radiologist. I'm going to have him here as soon as we can in the morning.
Okay, thanks.
I'm trying to arrange for him to be able to use, because he's going to be talking about a CT scan, and he gets to use his special reader software, so he's going to need to use his laptop from the witness stand. That's permissible. So I just need to get here to kind of figure out how to get that all set up likewise. So we're done with that. Should be ready to go.
Okay, and I know Mandy's at it, so
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it already.
Okay. And what time are you gonna meet then? 7:30? What time has the front doors been open?
7:30.
Okay.
It does make it a little tight. Ready to go, but
I mean, if you want to get in early, I can let you in. I'm always in the back. That's a different question, but if you want me to meet you down there earlier, I can.
At the front, in the front.
Yeah, I can be down there.
Even just an extra 10 minutes, so we make this work, so we're ready to go. In the
Okay. So if we're there at 7:20.
7:20 front door. I'll be there.
Good with everybody. Okay.
Right, we've already discussed the issue of the witness utilizing the laptop, and based upon his specialty, and the fact that he needs to use it to display CT slides, we're fine with that.
Good, thanks.
Yeah, we'll plug in there.
And then it'll be all day?
No, I actually don't think he'll be, I mean, he's
Right now, I don't think we have anybody else lined up. Just two experts seems reasonably ambitious, but I guess I don't know if we're gonna have any extra time.
Well, let's plan like you do, because if you're only gonna take 45 minutes with your expert, Mr. Guzzi, we're gonna
Yeah.
probably have time. So is Allison Barcoats the third?
Yeah, I can see if I can try to have, I mean, I had Allison kind of sitting around all day and she didn't get to go today, so I can try to have her back and we can try to get her on in the afternoon. If we have time, I'm trying to work around people's schedules and it's very difficult to yank them around and tell them to spend multiple days sitting around the courthouse, but there's really not much.
Yeah, and I feel bad about that, but I don't want to send them home at 1 afternoon on a Wednesday.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
So I think we need to fill in the time and
Get somebody who will be available in case there's time in the late afternoon.
okay, and then I'd like you to notify them tonight on who those people are. You know, so I understand Dr. Binstock, Dr. Fisk, Allison Barkholtz, and then there's another one you should make sure they know about it.
Right. I don't think there's any chance that we get more than that. If
Okay.
I will let them, whoever I have for tomorrow, I will let them know tonight.
I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Frankowiak regarding the ambitious nature of both Dr. Binstock and Fisk. As Mr. Goosey pointed out, Dr. Binstock's relatively short on direct, and I'm going to do the cross, and I think it's equally short. So I would think it's not all that ambitious that we get through both of those in the morning session. Does that seem reasonable?
I'm not doing the direct Dr. Fish, so I don't know. But I mean, all I can tell you is that by nature, I tend to deal with the quick directs.
So the only thing I just want is, I think notice needs to be given, so let them know of that fourth person so they can get ready for 4. And if you only happen to call 3 of them tomorrow, then that's okay. I think that's reasonable to get ready for 4. Anything else tonight?
I do have a question about Dr. Fisk. Is he going to be using any equipment or is he just going to be using the discovery documents?
He's just going to be using documents. He's not going to need any special.
That's okay. I think that's reasonable to get ready for 4. Anything else tonight?
I do have a question about Dr. Fisk. Is he going to be using any special equipment or is he just going to be using the discovery documents?
He's just going to be using documents. He's not going to need any special equipment.
Okay. And then is it going to be just you tomorrow, or is your witness going to be here at 7:20? Mr. Guzzi?
I'll have him here at 7. I can have him here at 7:20. Because I want him to plug in, make sure everything works with the software and everything like that. We have a backup plan if it doesn't, but it would be helpful for the jurors to see that.
Okay. Andy, is that something you're able to do? You want to do that? Why don't we try to go on like at 7:50 again in case something comes up? It's sort of like we were this morning, 7:55.
All right, we'll hustle up and get here. Thank you.
Okay, good, thanks.
The quality of the stream today was atrocious. I apologize for all of the constant refreshing to get this working. It is what it is. It is on their end. There's essentially a camera pointed at a screen in the back room of the courthouse. That's where we're getting this from. I notice there's quite a few people here joining us new. And looks like it probably came from the Rekieta raid. Well, just to recap of what we're doing here, Grace Schara, Down syndrome, had light COVID back in 21, and went into the hospital, and it was light enough that the doctor said that she would be able to go home, and they decided to stay the night. And through this period of time, just prior to her death, the doctors gave her, and the nursing staff gave her, a stack of medications that depressed her breathing, significantly so to the fact that she actually OD'd twice prior to her passing. The day that she passed, that they also added morphine to that list. So she was on multiple central nervous system depressants plus the morphine, and they ruled her death a COVID-19 pneumonia death. They also stated that she was DNR, do not resuscitate, when that was not true. And then when the actual family who had the medical power of attorney said that she's not DNR, please save my daughter, please save them, they all ignored her and basically said, no, we're not going to do that. And they let her die. And to me, that is at the very least criminally negligent homicide, if not first or second degree murder. So I spoke with Robert Barnes briefly about this, and he said that the likelihood of any criminal culpability, while it is likely true, is unlikely to ever be prosecuted. So today what we heard was Jessica, the sister of Grace, who was in the room when she passed, testifying about that particular situation. And I think the interesting thing that came out of today, besides the evil Nurse Fisher, who was just on just a few minutes ago, was when Jessica gave an opinion that the defense didn't like. So the defense moved for a mistrial. The judge basically laughed and said, no, I'm not, there's no way we're going to do that. So it's clear that the defense is trying to use all tactics to try to end this thing. But the judge, thankfully, is actually a great judge. Interesting thing to say in 2025, there has not been a great, let's say, lot of wonderful judges in 2025, and this judge seems to be pretty based, pretty unbiased. I don't think he favors one side or the other. It's actually refreshing to see that for once. So anyway, I think that's where we're at for today. We're going to go for another week and a half or so until the 20th, and I will be starting up a new trial come Monday the 23rd. So before we go, just want to quickly talk about 1775 coffee. And we're going to raid out Jeff Mack in just a moment. And if I can get Rumble Advertiser Center to work properly. And maybe that's not working. So we're going to raid out Jeff Mack. If you can hit that neuro, that'd be great. And then we'll see you guys here next week. Oh, looks like it was able to work. So still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits harder than the CNN fact check. The smooth medium roast and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin free and mold free. Plus you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's political opinions. And a black 1775 tumbler that says, I don't take life advice or caffeine from a woke sea witch. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands up for something just like Rumble does. Start your day with coffee that actually backs what you believe. Enjoy Jeff Mack. See you guys tomorrow.